We please start. My name is Zanele Ncwane. I am the Provincial Manager for the Commission for Gender Equality in KwaZulu-Natal. I am here to help with directing the program for the session of today, where we are looking into the investigation into the implementation of Pillar 3 of the NSP GBVF in KwaZulu-Natal. Before we start, I'd just like to make a few announcements. I'd like to let you all know that the session is live streamed. We are also going to be taking photos for social media. Please give us your permission to do so. Who is not giving us permission, you can raise your hand so that our communications team can see where you are sitting and make sure that we protect your right. A reminder that in a session like this, we request that all cell phones must be on silent, please. As this session is live streamed, please let us make sure that if there's a need that you stand and walk out, please use the back. We have the team sitting in the front. Should there be a need that maybe someone from the back is required to come to the front and confer with their members, please walk from the back, walk this side of this back into the front. When we get into a session of questions and answers, we will provide microphones for the tables. So make sure that when you speak on the microphone. Thank you very much. I'd like to call on to the podium the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Sepanya Mohale, to give us a word of welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Today we will be brief. We are all exhausted. We've been here since Tuesday, so you may get off lightly after all. I just want to briefly welcome you and thank you for making the effort to come to our call out to say, can you please come and help us understand what you're doing, what your impact is, and how you do it. So we really do appreciate your effort. Not that you would have been able to refuse, but I think it's appreciated when people understand their mandate as well as mandate of other people within the state machinery. We as the CGE are a national constitutional organization, institution, set up under Section 181 of the Constitution, Chapter 9. That's why we are called Chapter 9. We are one of 6 Chapter 9 institutions. The ICAG, Human Rights Commission, Public Protector are our peers. So we are one of those. We have actually been set up by the Constitution to ensure that democracy is strengthened. And then Section 187 of the same Constitution then explains how we're supposed to go about ensuring that democracy is strengthened by overseeing that the work of the state is done as it should, by overseeing the work of private sector is done as it should, by overseeing that each and every individual and juristic person in our country works in a progressively realizable manner towards gender equality. We therefore want to emphasize that we are on the same side, we are on different sides of the same coin. So we are not here to point fingers, we are not here to interrogate. In fact, you will beat us hands down if we were to start with interrogation. That's your fault. We are not here to interrogate, but we are here to say, how far are you with realizing gender equality in the mandate that you have been given? And maybe you may ask, how do we come into gender equality? as the police. It's not only about the figures inside your departments, but it's also about how do you intervene where the manifestations of gender inequality rear their heads. And one of the manifestations that we know of is actually gender-based violence and femicide. That is why today we're here. We're going to look at just that one area. But it does not mean we are a national GBV organization. I want to clarify that because we tend to be associated with GBV. We are not a GBV organization. We are a gender equality organization. GBV, employment equity, anything and everything that has to do with gender equality or inequality rather is part of our mandate. So we are here with just part one of those many areas that we deal with. Our mandate demands that we look at the entire spectrum. So you are not here because you are a government institution. You are here because you are a citizen of the Constitution with a particular mandate. So people tend to get confused and think business is getting away with murder or whatever. No, we do have those. We do have hearings with the mining houses, with this and that, anywhere and everywhere. We do go and we demand them of that. So I hope today is going to be a fruitful day, and I hope today whatever feedback that we give will be taken in the spirit of intergovernmental relations rather than the spirit of who do they think they are, why are they asking us, or from our side, the attitude of, hey, we are a constitutional body, we have a right to ask you. No, it's not that. It's about building this country, brick by brick. It's about rebuilding where things have fallen apart. It's about giving each other feedback. It's about helping each other to say, how about this, how about that? So with those few words, I would like to say to you, relax, let's work together today and be as transparent and accountable and honest as possible. Where there are failures, it is our responsibility as a Chapter 9 institution that once we come across those, we escalate them on behalf of whatever the entity is. So we have got access to Parliament, and therefore we would like you to say, next time when you go, make sure that you raise these things because we seem not to be heard. Or we tell you that when we go, we are going to raise 1, 2, 3, 4, because as far as we are concerned, it is making life difficult for you. So it actually is an interdependent relationship outside of the fact that we are all independent of each other's mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mind if I could just explain the issue of the subpoena and everything? Sorry, guys, I know you. Okay, all right. Yeah, I know you as police officers, you are the ones who subpoena, you are the ones who arrest, you are the ones who do all of these things. And we had people from the DOJ here on Wednesday, and they were saying, why were we subpoenaed? You are subpoenaed because we are a legislative body. In terms of the CGE Act 36 of 1998, Section 12, we do subpoena you so that when you come, you understand that you are under oath. That is why you will be taking oath. When you come, you understand that you are obliged to disclose certain things to us. That is why the subpoena, so that if there are any comebacks, nobody will say, I thought we were just going to chill and have a conversation. It is not a chill conversation. It actually is an accountability process. I just wanted to clarify that. That is why the subpoena, that is why you will take an oath. We had somebody saying, I'm a police officer, I've never taken an oath. Unfortunately, that's what happens here. The Act demands that it be. And then in our midst today, we have representatives of sectors, not the individuals, because we didn't want this to be a mass meeting. This, we wanted it to be as intimate as possible so that we focus. So we have representatives of the religious sector, the Men's Forum representative, human rights and children's representative, women's representative. It's in those sectors. So you will see the people behind you are actually members of the public but representing the sectors. They do not have any rights whatsoever. So you don't have to worry that somebody is going to say, but mina emlazi kwasha kwathi hayibo ayikho leyo lapha. Today we're speaking English. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Next item on our program, I am going to invite Deputy Chairperson Commissioner Subrayan Naidu to come and take us through the purpose of today's session.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. As mentioned, I'm here today to deliver the purpose of this morning's engagement. The National Strategic Plan is a response to the issue of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. The National Strategic Plan was developed through a collaborative process involving various government departments, civil society, academics, and experts. The NSP on GBV outlines strategies and interventions to prevent GBV, support survivors, strengthen the criminal justice system's response, and address the root cause of GBV. The National Strategic Plan outlines key responsibilities for the South African Police Services under Pillar 3, which focuses on ensuring justice, safety, and protection for the victims and survivors of gender-based violence and femicide. The purpose of this morning's engagement is to assess your progress as the South African Police Services in fulfilling your accountability under Pillar 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DC. The next item is the presentation of the Section 12 legal processes. Should be done by the Acting HOD Legal Department, Mr. Tsietsi Shuping.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioners and our distinguished guests. Mine is to present the mandate of the Commission in detail and as well as the process that the Commission is following. To start with, the Commission is an independent statutory body established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The powers are outlined in terms of the Commission for Gender Equality Act 39 of 1996. Section 181 provides that the Commission is a state institution with the purpose of strengthening constitutional democracy in the Republic. It is independent and subject to only the Constitution and the law. It must be impartial and must exercise its powers and functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. Through legislative and other means, other organs of state should protect and support these institutions in executing their function. No person or organ of state may interfere with the functioning of the Chapter 9 institutions. Further, in terms of Section 181, the Commission for Gender Equality, it must protect respect for gender equality. It has powers as regulated by national legislation to perform its function, including the power to monitor, investigate, research, in as far as receiving of complaints or initiate own accord investigations. The Commission also makes recommendations and reports to Parliament. In exercising its mandate as per the legal process, the CGE utilizes notice to appear, which carries legal implications. Unlike other stakeholder engagement where attendance is not compelled, this process requires enforcement and accountability. Section 12, subsection 4B of the CGE Act provides that the Commission may require any person by a notice in writing under the hand of a member of the Commission, addressed and delivered by a sheriff of the court, to appear before it at a time and place specified in such a notice, to produce to it specified article documents in possession of or in custody of such a person, provided that such a notice shall contain reasons why such person's presence is needed or such article should be produced. The Commission may, through a member of the Commission, administer an oath, take affirmation from any person referred to in the paragraphs, and a person present in the Commission, irrespective of whether they've been required under the said paragraphs to appear before the Commission, they can be questioned under oath or affirmation. Section 12, subsection 5 of the CGE provides that a person questioned under subsection 4 shall be competent and compelled to answer all questions put to them regarding any fact or matter connected with the investigation, shall be compelled to produce to the Commission article or document in their possession or under their control which may be necessary in connection with that investigation. Section 12 states that any person appearing before the Commission by virtue of the provision of section 4B and C may be assisted at such examination by attorney or advocate or both. Section 18 provides for offenses and penalties. It provides that a person without a just cause who refuses or fails to comply with the notice of the Commission, refuses to take oath or make affirmation as requested, or refuses to answer questions put to them, or refuses or fails to furnish the information as required after having been sworn in or affirmed, gives false evidence before the Commission, knowing such evidence to be false or knowing or believing it to be true, willfully interrupts the proceedings at an investigation or misbehaves in a manner and place where such investigation is held, defames the Commission or a member of the Commission in their capacity in connection with an investigation, does anything if such investigations were proceeding in a court of law will constitute contempt of court. That person shall be guilty of an offense and liable to a conviction, for a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. Thank you, Chairperson. That is the legal process of the Commission.
Thank you, Acting HOD. Proceeding with the program for today, we are now going to call upon the podium Ms. Nomthandazo Sithole, the legal officer for the Office of the Commission in KwaZulu-Natal, to come and present on the South African Police Services response.
Thank you. Thank you. So, without going too much into details regarding our mandate or the Commission is an independent statutory body created under Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The Commission has a mandate to promote and protect gender equality in government, civil society, and private sector. In terms of Section 11 of the CGE Act as amended, the Commission is vested with powers to investigate any gender-related issues of its own accord or upon receipt of a complaint. In line with the legal department's APP 1.1, which requires that the department investigates provincial issues, the Commission's KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Office identified gaps in the implementation of Pillar 3 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in KZN. The NSP GPVF was initiated after the 2018 Presidential Summit. The primary aim of the NSP GPVF is to address the high rates of GBV and femicide in this country. It was approved in 2020 and focuses on collaboration among key stakeholders. The APS is one of those stakeholders identified by the NSP GPVF as such. A questionnaire centered around the implementation of Pillar 3 of the NSP was dispatched by the Commission to the SAPS KZN Provincial Office on the 5th of September 2024, and the response was received by the Commission on the 10th of October 2024. This presentation focuses on SAPS's response to the Commission's request for information, and it is in line with the Commission's role to examine SAPS's commitment and identify any gaps affecting the achievement of gender equality and an effective response to GPVF. Regarding investigative and policing services, the SAPS was asked regarding its specialized GPV units. SAPS was requested to provide details on GPV units established within SAPS, including the number of units in the province, the staffing levels, including the number of trained investigators, and any challenges faced in the establishment or operation of these units. In response, the SAPS advised that they have set up several specialized units to address GPV, including 25 Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Units, FCS, and 1 Serial and Electronic Crime Investigation Unit. Furthermore, the SAPS indicated that they have 14 forensic social worker units in KZN. The Commission is, however, concerned about the adequacy of these units in relation to the vast area of KZN and the high rates of GPV. Particularly, the existence of just 1 SECI unit is alarming when considering the growing prevalence of online exploitation and the complexity of serial offenses. The SAPS provided data on training courses offered and the number of officers trained. The SAPS has provided a training across various subjects such as sexual offenses, domestic violence, child justice, and cybercrime. However, the Commission notes that the SAPS did not provide the staffing levels as requested. The lack of transparency prevents the Commission from assessing the capacity of the specialized units to respond to GPV cases effectively. Additionally, the SAPS was requested to provide attendance registers, training materials, and schedules for the past 3 financial years to confirm the attendance of training. However, they indicated that the report was too big to print. In response to the question around challenges experienced in the establishment and operation of these specialized units, the SAPS listed accommodation, human and physical resources as challenges, but they failed to elaborate how these challenges hamper the operations of these specialized units. The Commission requested the SAPS to provide clarity on the criteria for assigning cases to specialized units and how these cases were monitored to ensure that they are handled by appropriate personnel. The SAPS indicated that cases are assigned based on the mandates of the specialized units, with the commander responsible for assigning dockets to trained and skilled officers. The SAPS provided the Commission with a list of policies, national instructions, and acts governing the operation of these specialized units. but the copies were not provided as requested. The Commission asked SAPS to clarify whether there were any standard operating procedures in place for the investigation of GBV cases. Copies of these SOPs were additionally requested. The SAPS provided a list of the available SOPs, but failed to provide the copies to the Commission. The Commission requested the SAPS to provide data on SAPS officials assigned to each TCC in the province, including the number of TCCs with SAPS officials available on site 24/7 and on weekends or public holidays. The SAPS indicated that 11 out of 13 TCCs have permanent SAPS personnel station. However, the Commission noted that this information contradicts what was submitted by the NPA, who is responsible for coordinating TCCs, as they indicated that the province has 9 TCCs and not 11 or 13, with only 2 TCCs having SAPS members 24/7 and 1 TCC having an SAPS member during the day. The rest have them on call. The SAPS indicated that 2 centers, the Mkabayi TCC in Umkhanyakude district and White Door TCC in Umzinyati district lack permanent personnel. This shortage of staff is concerning, as it may result in delays in case processing and hinder immediate protection for GBV survivors. The SAPS cited a shortage of manpower as the reason for gaps in coverage. The Commission also observed when the DSD appeared yesterday, that's not on this presentation, that the DSD is busy establishing a Kuselega one-stop center. That now makes the Commission curious as to whether there are arrangements or coordination between the DSD and SAPS to ensure that there are members, SAPS members assigned to the Kuselega one-stop center. Regarding training for members assigned to TCCs, the SAPS reported that officers assigned to TCCs undergo training on handling GBV victims, including topics such as domestic violence, victim empowerment, vulnerable groups, which focuses on elderly and children, and responding to sexual offenses. However, when asked to provide copies of training manuals and attendance registers for the past 3 years, the SAPS indicated that the report was too big to print. This again affected the Commission's ability to evaluate the outcomes of these training programs and whether officers are well equipped to handle sensitive GBV cases with competence and empathy. The Commission requested the SAPS to clarify whether there were mechanisms in place to monitor the performance of SAPS officials at TCCs, to which the SAPS submitted that personnel posted at TCCs report to their respective police station commanders, and relief commanders conduct regular site visits to assess performance and service provided. However, the SAPS did not provide information regarding the frequency of the visits and the findings thereof, or even the reports. The Commission asked the SAPS to indicate whether there were the regular meetings held with all the other stakeholders at TCCs to discuss operations, report gaps, and implement resolutions. They were further requested to provide copies of minutes or attendance registers for the past 3 financial years. The SAPS indicated, along with other stakeholders within the areas where TCCs are based, they have monthly meetings to discuss issues and challenges that they experience. However, they did not provide the requested minutes and attendance registered. Therefore, there is no evidence of the meetings or formalized mechanisms for addressing issues raised during these discussions, which is concerning, as none of the entities who have appeared before the Commission thus far have been able to produce the minutes or even reports of these meetings. On victim support and referral system, the Commission requested the SAPS to clarify as to how it ensures that victims of GBV receive timely and appropriate support services, including access to shelters, medical care, and psychological support or psychosocial support. SAPS submitted that it ensures victims are immediately referred to relevant support services after an initial response. Victims are attended to at the SAPS's victim-friendly room and are thereafter transferred to the appropriate organizations, including DSD and Department of Health, for further assistance. Additionally, the SAPS reported that the FCS unit does not have its own referral forms, but uses forms prescribed by DSD and NGOs. The SAPS emphasizes the use of unmarked vehicles for transporting victims as a key element in ensuring the safety and privacy of survivors. There is also mention of the enforcement of protection orders. Regarding documentation, evidence collection, and management, the Commission asked the SAPS whether there are any guidelines or SOPs in place for the collection or storage and management of evidence in GBV cases, including DNA evidence. SAPS was requested to also provide copies of these documents. However, the SAPS responded with forensic facts file /DNA Act without providing the actual documents. As with the other questions requesting copies of guidelines and policies, the Commission observed that SAPS's response is a mere tick box exercise rather than a comprehensive and detailed response that aligns with the standard expected when responding to information requests from a Chapter 9 institution exercising its constitutional oversight mandate. When asked how the SAPS ensures that sexual assault evidence collection kits are properly distributed, used, and replenished at CCCs and police stations, the SAPS indicated that sexual assault evidence kits are ordered against the needs of the various police stations, crime statistics and stock levels at various police stations, and FCS units are taken into account. Additionally, the response indicated that the shortages can be replenished from accounting stations. And lastly, the SAPS briefly mentioned audits conducted by FCS and the maintenance of registers at CCCs to track the use of these kits. The Commission notes this as a positive step. However, there is no mention of how frequently these audits occur and the results of past audits and actions taken. When asked how the SAPS ensures that sexual assault evidence collection kits, excuse me, and how, apologies, there, that's the slide we are on. When asked how the SAPS ensures accurate and timely documentation of GBV cases, including the use of including the use of electronic case management systems, the SAPS indicated that community service centers register cases and scan, then upload the documents onto the system, which they called the ICDMS, which is accessible to the victim at any time. Now, no further details were offered how this access is granted. The Commission requires clarity in this regard, considering the confidential nature of the information contained. Without any further information being offered, the Commission is unable to assess how this is done and the impacts and whether it is being done right and in compliance with the pillar implementation, the requirements of Pillar 3 of the NSP. On accountability, reporting and oversight, the Commission asked SAPS whether there are any internal reporting mechanisms in place to track the performance of SAPS in handling GBVF cases, including compliance with NSP GBVF obligations. The SAPS indicated that they conduct monthly and quarterly reporting at stations, district, provincial, and national levels. Despite this, transparency remains an issue, with reports and feedback not being made available to the Commission. In response to the request to describe the role of external oversight bodies such as IPID in monitoring SAPS's compliance with Pillar 3 of the NSP GPVF, SAPS referenced the Department of Community Safety and Liaison and mentioned monitoring compliance with the Domestic Violence Act. Nothing further was offered in that regard to the Commission, hindering the Commission's ability to also evaluate the impact. The SAPS further mentioned its collaboration with bodies like the Department of Community Safety and Liaison and civil society organizations, without offering details on how these collaborations translate into measurable impact and improvement in GPV case handling. Furthermore, the SAPS indicated that it collaborates with community groups and stakeholders, including NGOs and the NPA. However, there is no information of how these engagements improve outcomes for GPV survivors, nor are there any publicly available reports on SAPS's progress in implementing Pillar 3 of the NSP GPVF. No response or explanation was offered by SAPS regarding the requested details on any public reports or statements made by SAPS on its progress and challenges in implementing Pillar 3 of the NSP GPVF. And in conclusion, Chair and Commissioners, while the SAPS has responded to the Commission's request for information, significant gaps in reporting and transparency hinder the Commission's ability to effectively monitor SAPS's implementation of Pillar 3 of the NSP GPVF. Addressing the gaps identified by the Commission is essential in ensuring that the SAPS's efforts lead to meaningful, sustainable change in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and that its challenges are addressed. The SAPS needs to take the Commission into its confidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nomthandazo Sithole, Legal Officer for the Office of KwaZulu-Natal. I am then going to call upon Acting HOD, Mr. Tsietsi Chuping, to help us with the administration of the oath. On that note, would like to call Major General Mkopozi to come represent SAPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Do you have it there?
Yeah, let me just.
I think you gave it to me, but you can just speak to it. I know you know the contents. It's just to verify why is Ngozi here formally not
Thank you, Chairperson. Just for the record, the Commission's required a accounting officer to appear before it. For the SAPS, General Mukanazi did submit the request to be excused from the hearing because of the national agency that all the provincial commissioners in the provinces were summoned to appear before the national commissioner. As a result, a delegation was then provided. As such, we will be proceeding to administer the oath. We received the full delegation for General Mkhwanazi to represent the commissioner. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Just for the record, can you please state your names, please?
Maxwell Vugani Pesem Kopos.
Thank you. Would you like to take an oath or affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Thank you. Please repeat after me and say, I, name and surname,
I, Maxwell Vugani Pesem Kopos,
do hereby make oath and state,
do hereby make an oath and state
I know and understand the contents of the declaration I'm about to deliver.
I know and understand the contents of the declaration I'm about to deliver.
I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
Please raise your right hand and say, I swear that the content of this declaration are true,
I swear that the contents of this declaration are true,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you, Chairperson. The deponent is duly sworn in.
Chairperson, I'm Major General Maxwell Vugani Pesem Kopozi. I'm the Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for detectives. I'm here representing the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanas. Chairperson, with me, I've got representatives who are experts in the certain fields, like FCS and VISPOL. We have later joined by the Major General James, who is our legal services. In response of what was presented, the office would like to, the office admits the mistake for not sending the required documents. So we've received the correspondence late to say we must prepare the presentation. Then during our preparation for presentation, we established that we did not send these documents, but the documents are available electronically. We've brought them today. So it will answer some of the questions. In response of the first question, the specialized GPV units, in the South African Police Service at large, there is no GPV unit, but instead we are using FCS to investigate all the sexual offenses. So in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we admit that we've got 25 units allocated according to districts.
Apologies for the disturbance. May I ask that we pause a minute for IT to sort the presentation? Thank you. Will you do it once I get to?
The first question, may I continue, Chairperson? Yes, Chairperson, we agree that in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we've got 25 FCS. So these units are placed according to the districts. The province consists of 11 districts. So we can see that we have 25. The balance of the FCS is covering eThekwini. The total number of FCS is 471. So this 471 is placed according to the districts. Including the support staff of 51. The Police Act members are 420, including the 51 is 471. The total trained
Apologies again. Chair, apparently there's a mix-up with the presentations. If you may please grant us permission for SAPS to sort the mix-up.
May I continue, Chairperson? So I was presenting the FCS personnel. In total, we've got 471. Then the 420, it's Police Act members. The Police Act members, it's those members who are responsible for investigating dockets. And we've got 51 support staff, those who are helping with the administration duties. And the total trained investigators is 377. So I would like to mention, Chairperson, that the training is ongoing, so it changes on a daily basis, yes. The challenges we've got, it's insufficient office space for the units. In other instances, we've got members sharing offices. They are sitting in fours in the offices, which affects the privacy of the victims. But to respect the privacy, if the client comes in, other members have to go out so that he can remain with his IO, investigating officer. The other challenge is the vehicles. We've got 59 vehicles and a shortage of 14. So this will be addressed in the next financial year. But I would like to mention, Chairperson, that even though 159 is our ideal, but it's difficult to achieve because now and again the vehicle is to be boarded. It can be involved in an accident and it reduces the number. And also the number of vehicles in the garage, the turnaround time of vehicles is too long. The reason we do not have sufficient trained personnel at the garage, then it takes long if the vehicles are sent to the garage. The granted it's 447, but with personnel, it's 447 investigating officer, but we have 420. There is a shortage of 27. Also here, to realize our ideal, it's not possible because now and again the members are retiring and also there is death in between. But the FCS is prioritized. Every year, there are ring-fenced students which are allocated to FCS. The FCS mandate is attached electronically. So we assign dockets to FCS according to the mandate, and the commander of FCS has got a distribution register where he allocates the docket to ensure that he does not overload one investigating officer. Then we've got a continuous inspections and supervising of the members. Then the question C. We've got SOPs and policies governing the establishment of the FCS and the functioning of the FCS. So all those SOPs and national instructions are also available. The training and capacity building. The SAPS has various training interventions aimed at capacitating members with skills and competencies required to handling and managing GBF-related cases. This training covers the handling of GBV victims, ensuring their safety, keeping of confidentiality and privacy. they are not discriminated and are protected from further harm. These training interventions ensure that SAPS has capacity to respond to and investigate GBV-related cases. GBV-related training is given to SAPS members during basic training as it is included in the Basic Police Development Learning Program curriculum. Other members attend short courses within the province. The following are GBV-related interventions and number of members trained. That is domestic violence, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have trained 14,701 members on the domestic violence. So the trainings are continuing. Sexual offences costs for investigating officers, it's 1,754. Then collection of non-intimate forensic DNA, it's 2,819. The dignity, diversity, and policing, it's 2,132. National Victim Empowerment, 12,501. The first responder to sexual offences, 1,769. The vulnerable groups, 12,769. The human rights in policing, 2,480. Missing person, 2,260. Chairperson, have also brought the kernel from HRD. Then if there are any questions, he will assist me to respond to the questions. The next question. At the beginning of the financial year, a training provision plan is compiled and approved by the Divisional Commissioner responsible for human resource development. Then each training intervention that is on the training provision plan has a unique serial number linked to it, and only table 19 courses are placed on the TPP. The training outcomes are recorded on the training administration system prior to delivery, which then reflect on the PESAL-PESAP. This is the system which records the courses each member got in the SAPS, and it is called SAP 96. And a training report is generated for management information as proof of training having been conducted and attended by the members. Only few select HRD officials have functions to register or amend a course file on the training administration system. Training records cannot be modified locally after the closure of the course. File on the training or file on the training of administration system. Only head office technological management service can reopen a training file after it has been closed. Then the requested documents are also made available. The C talks about who's responsible for delivering this training. The Human Resource Development is responsible for training in the province. KZN has 6 Human Resource Development Centers, namely Durban, Pietermaritzburg, Newcastle, Ulundi, Eshowe, and Potchefstroom, and they cover all 11 districts in the province. The above training interventions are presented at all these HRD centers. The trainers presenting these interventions are qualified trainers who have completed the education, training, and development practitioners intervention, as well as applicable train-the-trainer courses. All training interventions presented are updated regularly by the division HRD. On average, each intervention on task has a 5-year shelf life with an expiry date. A training intervention cannot be allocated a serial number if it has expired on Table 19. Within this period, the intervention material is updated immediately when there are changes in legislation or national instructions. So for clarity, HRD will respond for any clarity-seeking question. Then the investigative procedures, it asks if there are any operating procedures in place for the investigation of GBV cases. So there are also, SOPs available, so they are also available electronically. So I have to mention the SOP for the reporting of family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses related crimes, which is an FCS mandate. FCS National Instruction, Sexual Offenses National Instruction, Case Docket Management National Instruction, the Care and Protection of Children in terms of the Children Act, Crime Investigation National Instruction, Domestic Violence Act, Children in Need of Care, Children in Conflict with the Law, Registration and Finances of Informers, the Prevention of Combating of Trafficking in Person, National Instruction, Crime Scene Management Instruction. Then the next question is asking how the SAP has ensured that the investigations are conducted promptly and thoroughly to avoid delays in justice. So when the report of sexual offenses is reported, the victim is taken to Zela Center. So if there is a crime scene, we've got FCS members on standby, so they go and attend the crime scene, utilizing all the investigative leads available in the SAPS, which is LCRC K9 unit. We can even go as far as summoning the pathologist to the crime scene. So at the crime scene, we collect the exhibit, identify the witnesses, and if possible, we isolate the victims, then we take statements from them. Including the first reporting statement. After that, if the suspect is known and it has been identified at the crime scene, we arrest the suspect immediately. Then the question C, where we have to provide the average time taken to investigating the cases. Chairperson, it depends on the nature of cases. We have made copies of dockets here. There are dockets where it only takes a week to make an arrest. Some are taking 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So then the investigation if you can look at the docket, sometimes you can say the docket, it's got 10 years not investigated, because they are investigative leads. On reporting, the complainant may not know the suspect, and then the docket can be filed as undetected after all investigation is done and there's no leads on that case. But because of the investigative leads, like the availability of a DNA, availability of positive fingerprints. Maybe after 5 or 10 years, you can arrest a person. When you're taking buccal samples or fingerprints, you can link that suspects to other cases which have been closed as undetected. So once those dockets are reopened because of the investigative leads, they will still take back the old case number, and it will be looked like as if this docket has been not investigated for past 10 years. Then the D, proper handling of the investigating of the exhibits. So at the crime scene, the person responsible for the crime scene, who's attending the crime scene, will have an exhibit log sheet which is attached here. So he will complete all the exhibits he has found at the crime scene. Then he put them in the exhibit log sheet. So once he goes back to the station, the exhibits will be entered in the exhibit register, which is called SAP 13. It is also attached here. Then the particulars of the case, the case number, and the description, full description of the exhibits found, the circumstances under the exhibits were found, are also completed in the register. The exhibits are entered in the exhibit bags. So we've got the exhibit bag here with us. So when the exhibits are entered in the register, there is a person working in the responsible for keeping of registers. So if it is impossible for him to sign for those exhibits, there are temporarily strong rooms where the exhibits are kept. Then when he comes, he signs for the exhibits in this SAP 13 register. Then the exhibits are taken to the exhibit room. So if the IO is taking the exhibits either to ballistic or forensic science laboratory, there is a temporal transfer receipt which he has to sign, indicating that the exhibit has been taken. So once he brings back, the exhibit comes back, like your firearm, if it is taken to ballistics, if it comes back, then that register is completed on the date on which the firearm came back from the ballistics. In cases of DNA evidence exhibits, once they are taken to the forensic science laboratory, they don't come back. But to close off the register, we close it off with a lab number to indicate that the exhibit is gone to ballistics and it will not come back. So the DNA exhibits, they are put in the exhibit bags I've indicated, and if the IO is taking the exhibits, he signed the temporal transfer form, prepared the minutes stating the description of the case. It includes your case number. If there is an arrest, you also include that a person has been arrested so that they can give that exhibit a priority, so that the case cannot be withdrawn pending the analysis of the exhibit. The exhibits are sent in terms of the national instruction. The exhibits have to be sent within 7 days. So at the province, every week, the exhibits are sent to the FSL, Forensic Science Laboratory. I have to mention that the turnaround is not like before. The turnaround time is not like before. It's because of the flooding which happened at Amanzimtoti. So we have to take the exhibits to Pretoria. Previously, we used to take the exhibits every day to Amanzimtoti before the flood of 2022. Then that was speeding up the analysis of the exhibits. So now we cannot take the exhibits every day, considering the cost containment measures. Then the next question. The SAPS do have meetings with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the National Prosecuting Authorities. So we've got the SAPS at provincial level is part of the Provincial GBV Intersectoral Committee, chaired by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and that sits quarterly. The SAPS also co-chaired the Provincial Domestic Violence Compliance Forum that sits quarterly, and a member of Domestic Violence and Intimate Femicide Committee attends the meeting. We've got also case flow management meeting, which is held by the NPA and the FCS. We've got child justice meeting, provincial sexual offences meeting, the rapid response team meeting, provincial efficiency optimization forum. So this provincial efficiency optimization forum is the NPA and SAPS. The terms of reference are attached as per electronical. Then B, I've already said that terms of references are available. The Tutuzela centers, I would like to mention that in our response, which was sent to the Commission, we also include our crisis centers. But now we have separated the crisis centers, and we've got 9 TCCs and 5 crisis centers. So the second question, let me address the first question regarding to the deployment of members. We do have crisis centers that we deployed members permanently, but although it's not the same members all the time, because the members have to take leave. Members have to get their rest days, so members are changed on daily basis. in the busiest Tutuzela centers, the members stays there 24/7. And on other Tutuzela centers, we do deploy members, but when it is quiet, like at night, we've got other Tutuzela centers which have got no activities during the night. So in that circumstances, the members go back to the police station, but when they are needed, they accompany the victims to Zela centers. And these ones, the crisis centers, also in the crisis centers, there are not that much activities. Because of the shortage of the manpower in the police, we send the member if there is a case. Okay, then how does the presence of or absence of SAPS officials at TTC affects the functioning of these centers? The presence of SAPS officials at TTC impacts positively on the functioning of these centers because they are trained personnel officers to assist the victims by taking statements and providing protection in order to provide a speedy service, the protection to the victims. The next question, are SAPS officers assigned to TCCs have been provided with specialized training? I've already presented the training, which is also ongoing. So members are trained on domestic violence. They know how to handle the victims of crime and vulnerable groups, and they are trained on national victim empowerment, although the training is ongoing. The training outcomes are recorded. The next question B, training outcomes are recorded on the training administration systems prior to delivery, which then reflect on the PESAL-PESAP. I've explained the PESAL-PESAP and SAP 96. That is where the training obtained by the member are recorded. The training report is generated for management information as proof of training having been conducted and attended by members. Then 2.3, what mechanisms are in place for monitoring the performance of SAPS officials at TCCS? Here, there are monthly meetings which are conducted. I also want to apologize that there were no minutes sent, but we've got minutes. So we'll make the minutes available. Then how often are oversight activities conducted and what are the key findings at the Tutuzela centers? So the Tutuzela centers is the responsibility of NPA, National Prosecuting Authority. So the oversight is conducted by NPA department. Okay, are there regular meetings? The next questions held with all stakeholders at TTC to discuss operations, report gaps, and implement resolutions. There are meetings, the minutes will be produced. Then the next question, how does SAPS ensure that victims of GBV receive timely and appropriate support services, including access to shelters, medical care, and psychological support? That is by completion of incidents reports. Then at the stations, there are lists of organizations which offers the help to the victims. If the victims comes to the police station for help, there is a register where everybody who comes to the police station who have been helped by the victim-friendly facility at the police station, his particulars are recorded. Then the victims that are, the next question, we're supposed to provide data on the referral system in place between SAPS, Department of Social Development. The victims that are attended to at the station's victim-friendly room are being referred to different organizations for further assistance, like the Department of Health, Department of Social Development. In instances where the victim requires transport to a service provider such as hospital, shelter, etc., then SAPS transports the victim to the said service provider. So where is possible, the victims are transported by unmarked vehicles. We normally use the FCS, but we all know that SAPS is overstretched. So SAPS cannot be, FCS cannot be available all the time. Then we use the CSC vehicles. But we make sure that the victims are not placed at the back of the police van. So the SAPS does not have its own referral forms for victims. SAPS utilizes DSD prescribed forms for the services of DSD and NGOs. The NPA completes the referral forms and hands same to the SAPS investigating officer for further handling. Then the next question, transportation of victim. I've already alluded on this question to say we try by all means to use unmarked vehicles. Then the question B, I've already said that we do not have dedicated vehicles except that one for FCS. So if FCS is engaged, then we use the normal vehicles available to do the police work. Is there a plan to provide SAPS officials with vehicles? Okay, the SAPS utilizes both marked and unmarked vehicles for these purposes. SAPS members posted at the TCC perform static duties such as taking of statements and interviewing the victims. Then the transportation is done by the vehicles available at the police station. That can also include the FCS who takes the victim to the Tutuzela centers. When there is a need to transport victims to and from the TCS arrangement are within station members or FCS to transport the victims utilizing unmarked vehicle. Chairperson, I would also like to add that there is funding earmarked for GPV. So we have identified the need for unmarked vehicles at the police station. So in the next earmarked funding, we will prioritize the buying of vehicles. For the previous year, we were busy with the victim-friendly facilities. Then for the next available fund, we'll prioritize for unmarked vehicles. The next question, 3.3, the safety measures and protocols. The question A asks about the protocols to protect the victims. In terms of National Instruction 2 of 2012, which will be made available, it says if necessary, victims are transported when necessary, if they need to be transported to go to court, as the question has been asked. So we ensure that the victims are not transported together with the suspects, and we are trying by all means that the unmarked vehicles are used to transport the vehicles, to transport the victims. Then, but this is a court proceeding now, that the visual hearing. I cannot talk much on that because that's a jurisdiction of Justice, Department of Justice. Then the next question, how does SAPS ensure that protection orders are enforced? So we are ensuring that returns of service is properly completed and respondents are arrested upon contravention of protection orders. The victims are also informed of their rights. We've got a form which is called a client feedback. That client feedback is also available. And also the forms which we inform the victims of their rights is also available, which is called Form 1. The next question, 4.1a, it also talks about the collection, storage, and management of evidence in GBV cases. I think I've covered this on the previous question because I've also included the DNA evidence. Then we made the copies of the national instructions and standing operational procedures available. What does SAPS ensure that sexual assault evidence, collection evidence are properly distributed, used, and replenished at TCCs and police stations? So here we analyze the reported cases. So the stations which are reporting more of these cases, it's prioritized. It's given more kits than other stations. So it's not an equal distribution. To make sure that the kits are available, there is an earmarked funding made available to procure the kits. When the incident is reported at the police station, SAPS transport the victim to hospital and issues the hospital with a kit. If the victim is at Tutuzela Center, then the kit issued to the center are utilized. We've also got kits which we issue to Tutuzela centers. So after the completion of the examination and kits have been sealed, kits are returned to the station for registration in the exhibit register. And the IO must timeously collect the kit from the Tutuzela centers. And the investigating officer collects and prepares the kit for dispatching to the lab for analysis and awaits the report. Audits conducted on the supply and use of DNA kits. Each supply chain management offices, they've got a control register. So when the kits are issued, the register is completed. And the province, on weekly basis, they get the certificates from the districts that the kits are indicating how many kits are left. So we've also got a function in the system which is called Provisioning Administration Systems. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So this system is updated by the SCM immediately after the use of the kits. In that manner, then it can show them whether there is a need for them to procure. Okay, the next question, 42A, it asks about how does SAPS ensure accurate and timely documentation of GBV cases? So the dockets are registered in the Community Service Center. Then the commander in the Community Service Center inspects the docket. Then in inspecting the docket, he will make sure that the correct charge is on the docket, and also ensure that the gender of the victim is captured correctly. After the docket has been registered, the docket is scanned. All the documents are scanned in the system. So the scanned docket, the system of the police, you need to have a password to access the information. It's not everybody who can access that information. After the docket has been registered, the system will inform the complainant and give him the case number, will generate a case number. So whatever is done on the docket, the system will report to the victim. If the docket goes to court, it will report to him that your docket is now at court. And if it comes back, it will report that the docket is back from court up until the docket is finalized. Okay, then the stations every morning, they've got a SCCF, which is called Station Crime Combating Forums. So all the cases registered the previous day are also discussed in that meeting. So if there is an incorrect registration of the docket, then it is rectified. When there is a rectification, then the complainant is also informed electronically. Then the next question, what measures are in place to prevent the loss or management of duplicate dockets? The dockets are locked in the steel cabinets. The dockets are also scanned. All the documents in the docket are scanned. So if the docket goes missing, then you can print all the documents from the system. But to prevent the loss of docket also, we've got we are doing the docket audit inspection. So if the docket is allocated to a member, it goes to the system, and if you go to that member's details on the system, it will give you all the cases which are registered on the member. Then when you do the auditing, you will take the list which is computer generated and compare that all those dockets are available on the member. So that system, it also record the status of the case docket. If the docket is going to court, it will also show that the docket has gone to court. And you have to update the system also to indicate the date on which it comes back until it is finalized. And when it is finalized, it also shows you who signed the docket from the filing room. The next question. The monitoring, what internal reporting mechanism are in place to track the performance of SAPS in handling GBV cases, including compliance with NSP GBV obligations? The system does not show the cases registered as GBV. So to ensure that the docket is GBV related, we consider the different gender, because the docket can be registered as murder, it can be a sexual offense, it can be assault. Then we've got the system utilization, which is called Global Access Control Systems. So we get this information from that GACS, the Global Access Control System. And this also, we manage the performance with the GACS. The GACS got a system called Efficiency Index System. That efficiency index system will give you the whole performance of the unit and the movement of the docket. And also the crime administration system, we also use it to monitor the performance of the unit. The integrated case docket management system is also used to monitor the functioning of the unit. And also the manual system, that is where we do the inspections of dockets and check if the member is finalizing the dockets and it's giving the dockets necessary attention and is complying with the instruction given by the prosecutors. How often are these reports compiled and the actions taken based on the finding? So we monitor this daily. They also using the GACS. There is a function where you can check the detection rate of the unit. So the detection rate includes your arrest and the cases which are closed as undetected. Then the weekly, also we have got a weekly inspection where we check the progress of the docket weekly. Then there is a monthly and a quarterly one. So if we detect that there is a poor performance in a particular unit, we first investigate if it's the members' neglect of duty or not. If we detect a neglect of duty, then consequential management is taken. We have attached the DR, copies of the DR. Then we conduct the interventions. We all know that now and again the members are retiring, and then that causes that unit to have a shortage of personnel. Then we intervene. We inspect and also help them with the arresting of suspects and also with the investigations. Then C wants us to provide copies of recent reports or evaluation conducted in respect of handling of GBV cases. The copies of inspection reports are available. We 5.2, it talks about the external oversight and collaboration. We've got IPID. We've attached the mandate of the IPID. So they investigated cases which are committed by SAPS members according to their mandate. We've got Department of Community Safety. The Department of Community Safety visits stations and evaluate compliance with the Domestic Violence Act. They also evaluate the detention facility, the victim-friendly facility, as well as case docket and investigation standards. And how does the SAPS collaborate with civil organizations? The SAPS is providing awareness and training. So the members are visiting the schools and also go to the public. And they also provide the public with the progress of their cases in their public meetings. They also engage the neighborhood watches, the community police forums, traditional policing, and spiritual crime prevention. The SAPS, they use the communication to communicate all the successes. The media reports are available. And Chairperson, despite the criticism and the challenges the SAPS is having, we've got shortage of personnel. So in the report by Mrs. Tolle, he said the area is vast. That is true. The area is vast. In most of the districts except eThekwini, we've got one FCS covering a lot of stations. In other districts, it covers 15 stations. It covers 20 stations. Our Pietermaritzburg, Umgungundlovu district, I forgot to mention this, Umgungundlovu district has got two FCS units because it's also big. So the report by communication, it's got your successes and convictions. So we've got a lot of pocket of excellence beside this communication, beside the challenges. In our successes, we've also got letters of appreciation from the community members. I'll just quote one case here. There was a young girl, he was alone in the house at Begitemba police station precinct. So that girl was found killed in the house. We had no witnesses. But we investigate that case. Within 2 months, suspect was identified and arrested. So that was also televised live on TV. The other incident, the teacher was killed at the police station, at the school at Ntuzuma. The following day, the suspect was identified. The suspect was in prison, who orchestrated the murder of the teacher. The investigating officer went to prison. He asked the prison officials to assist in searching the prison. The prison was searched and cell phones were found, but I'm not going to go into details of the case. The cell phones were found with all the instruction given to the hitman. Then that's how we identified the hitman. We applied for Section 205 and linked the hitman. That is my story, Chairperson. Thank you. Can I have a break? Can I go out to the lawn? Okay.
Thank you very much, Major General Mkopoze, for the presentation. I'd like to call for a tea break before Chairperson will take questions and answers. It is now 11:01. If we may be back and start at 11:20. Thank you. Welcome back again. Please excuse me, let me just close the door. Thank you. We are now at the session for questions and responses. This session is going to be led by Commissioner Ngomane. Commissioner, let me hand over to you, please, to lead us in the questions and responses session. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson of the Commission and Commissioners. Good morning, is it General, Major General? Yes, and your delegation. We welcome you once more in this question and answer session. As indicated, my name is Bongani Ngomane. My request is that when your delegation gives responses, they will identify themselves in respect of their portfolios or ranks so that we can minute that proper. I will hand over to the chairperson of the commission to start with her inputs or questions and comments. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Ngomane. Just in terms of housekeeping, I would like you to, as you pass on the mic, not to forget that it must always be on because it's part of the streaming so that everybody hears on the other side. Commissioners, I'm a pathetically positive person, so I usually see good even where others don't. And I would therefore like to start by acknowledging the difficult working conditions that we are under. Not everyone understands what it means to wake up in the morning, go to work, knowing that your work is a life and death situation, you know. Second to mine workers, or even before mine workers, it is you guys. And it's so sad that in our country, despite that, when anything goes wrong, it is the police, we blame you when you are doing such a difficult task under such difficult conditions. So I just want to say we are there with you and we acknowledge that what you are doing, it's not everybody who can do it, but you are doing it, and thank you on behalf of South Africans for that. And also to say the FCS mandate is quite old now, some 20 years or even so ago when FCS started, and it's pleasing to see that it has become mainstreamed, you know. When it started, it was almost like, oh no, it's one or two police officers who will be dealing with these matters, the rest we're dealing with policing. Now it has actually been mainstreamed. All the big guns and all the experienced people are in this unit, and it accounts for the successes we really appreciate. Your presentation had some statistics, and for me it was refreshing to show that you are able to say we've got so many personnel, we've got so many trained, we've got so many that are support. What I see as positive in that is that you will be able to know when people retire, people die, and therefore the depletion of the units you will be aware of. And it's a special management skill, because some people tend to let it fall by the wayside without worrying, and then they say, yeah, some people, you know, some of our staff members have left without knowing how many. And then I'm not sure it's page 14 or whatever you listed, legislation within which you operate. That also was quite refreshing. It's frustrating sometimes to sit down with people and a lot of them are not even familiar with the legislation that governs their area of work. We have also noted that you have a ring-fenced funding for GBV, and so far you have been able to use it intentionally for GBV issues, and we are pleased that you're saying now we need to get more unmarked cars so that we become more efficient. That is also a very, very positive thing. Even the strategy of unmarked cars in itself is quite a good one. In this violent environment that we work in, sometimes it takes creative leaders like yourselves to actually say, let's use this so that people are not more vulnerable. Thank you for that. But lastly, I just want to say the issue of docket management is also an excellent one, because it speaks to accountability, it speaks to tracking, and it speaks to good management. We come from an era where police officers were always accused, docket is lost, docket is lost. Now at least we know in this province, when a docket gets lost, it will be linked with a particular police officer, and that police officer has to account. That is a positive measure, and I'm hoping other provinces are dealing with it. But whether they're dealing with it or not, it's the positive things that we noted that you presented today. And then comes the other things. I don't want to say negative things, I'm just saying the other things. On Wednesday, we had Department of Justice and NPA, and yesterday we had Department of Social Development and Health. So unfortunately, as the last ones, we are all the more wiser about certain things. So we are going to be asking you that, and much as it's issues from the other departments, we will ask you as much as possible the linkages to yourselves so you can answer for SAPS. However, feel free to even clarify further. Because as you know, government, my colleague here said something about the can rolling down the road. Yeah, kicking the can down the road. Everybody was like, okay, it's DSD. DSD comes, it's SAPS comes, DOJ, just like that, just like that. So you are the last ones. The bucket is full of questions. We are concerned. They told us about TCCs. You have said you've got 9 and 5. I don't know, 5 are actually crisis center. Yeah. They told us, I think it's Department of Social Development, they told us about 9 TCCs, but 30 crisis centers wherein they work with you guys. So somewhere between 30 and 25, your guys are hanging around somewhere, not going to the other crisis centers, because you just know 5. So if you can just clarify that, you know, where your involvement is. And then I'll just ask 2 other questions. DSD told us about this Kuseleka project that they are going to be launching soon. They even showed us a picture of the building that they've already renovated. Apparently, Kuseleka is basically where the long-term women are going to be women who have had to vacate their homes as a result of violence are going to be staying there to up to 6 months. Their children are welcome. There's going to be skills development, etc. Just when we were getting excited, they said, actually, we are going to have even police officers who will take statements from these women as they walk in. So we were like, what? Okay, all right. And then there's going to be social workers who will interview the women, etc. So we want to know, with your scarce resources, how then, because they are rolling out, how then are you going to manage to post people at Tutuzela care centers now? DSD has got their own Tutuzelas, and they're counting on you, you know, and that kind of thing, if you can tell us there. And then rape kit management, all of us are going to raise it because it's a burning issue. We were told that you do not come to collect rape kits to a point where the rooms, when they open, voila, the door, the rape kits come flying onto their faces. That's not the ugly thing, General. That makes you shake your head. We shook our heads until they hit us with a final bomb. This was Department of Health. That actually, they've developed a protocol wherein they destroy those rape kits. Which means people are sitting at home and say, these police officers are not coming back to us. And I want you to own that, because you are in the front lines. They're not coming back to us only to find that they destroyed the evidence. But they say, we destroyed it because SAPS has not come back to us. We don't know what to do. SAPS is supposed to come back to us and take it to the laboratories. They never come back. They even gave us an example of a rape kit of a 12-year-old that where the incident happened in 2012, and that the DDG went and was like, but this happened in 2022 of a 12-year-old. It had still not been collected. And your police officers on the ground keep saying, yeah, we'll come, yeah, we'll come. So I don't want you to be defensive, because you are up there. Sometimes people on the ground do a lot of nonsense, do what they're not supposed to do. So let it be an exchange of, us learning from each other and noting some of the things that are a problem, rather than, covering them up. But I'll just stick to those 4 and then give to my colleagues. The list is long. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning once again. My questions pertain to the victim-friendly rooms. Victim-friendly rooms are supposed to be up and running across the country. However, we as the Commission have noted in our oversight that not every police station has a fully functioning victim empowerment room. I just want to find out what is the reason for this. In some instances, we have noted that the room is locked up. There's no one available to open that room, or there's nobody stationed at that room to receive a victim of gender-based violence. Secondly, in your presentation, you raised the issue of MOUs. Your colleagues that appeared before us in the past 2 days, some have said that there is no MOU in place. So we would like to have signed copies of those MOUs, please. If it could be made.
Blamed them. They said
Yeah.
they are refusing.
They are, yes, you are refusing to sign those MOUs. Yeah. And so if there is those, She- so please kindly provide the Commission with signed copies of those MOUs. Okay, TCCs has been covered, Kusalek has been covered. Your rape kits management, as you have heard from my chairperson, there is some sort of protocol that has been in place. I want to know from you, were you a party to this signatory of a document? Was there a document in place? Was it discussed with you as the South African police services that, you know what, we've collected this data, you have not come and fetched it, we are now going to destroy it? Remember, it is not a victim versus a perpetrator, it is the state versus the perpetrator. And that information should not be dependent on whether a victim wants that information or is intending on being a complainant in the matter. So that's one. We have received complaints from victims that when they call on the South African police services, they are made to wait insofar as given assistance or told to go home, come back on Monday because there's no vehicle, do not have a bath, do not wash, etc. These are some of the complaints that have come through from victims of gender-based violence that results in them, you know, going home and not returning, or sometimes themselves approaching the TCCs. The other question I have for you is in relation to case document. In your presentation, you said that case documents and I'm assuming in this regard that it's also docket contents that are uploaded onto a system and are there. The challenges that we have, and it's also made accessible to the victim at any given time. Now, docket contents is evidentiary material. What access is a victim given firstly, and where is this information stored? Is it in the public domain? Then I want to speak to you about docket, and insofar as you having copies of this docket on a system, then my question to you is that why is it so difficult for reconstruction of a docket? Because these are the challenges that your colleagues at the NPA are having. And many a times, when you walk into a courtroom, matters are being withdrawn because dockets are not at court, or dockets cannot be located, etc. Your gender-based violence desks in your stations. We have noted that at some stations, this gender-based violence desk is not adequately ready to deal with a victim of gender-based violence. The officer that's stationed there is not adequately trained to deal with that particular victim of gender-based violence that's coming through. Your desks are sometimes not clearly visible as a GBV desk. And I just wanted to know, in terms of the officer that's stationed at the GBV desk, is it somebody from the FCS unit? Is it trained to deal with victims of gender-based violence on their, upon their arrival at your station? And then finally, my question is with regard to your FCS unit. The NSP and the discussions around gender-based violence and femicide came into play very much late in 2018. However, our sexual offences courts were set up in the early 2000s. And the FCS unit has been a very, very important unit in dealing with sexual offences of minors, of adults, etc. I still note that you're having issues that were initially at play, which is obviously you are under-resourced in terms of personnel, you are under-resourced in terms of funding, etc. But have you ever approached anyone to say to you, you know what, our department is under-resourced in one or more of the following ways. Can we have more funding? Your numbers of 458 in a country where we regard gender-based violence and femicide as a pandemic is critically low. Have you addressed this from a human resources perspective? Thank you. I'm going to cap my questions there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson and the Deputy Chair. Major General, what you need to understand is that if maybe you don't have enough information now, you don't need to answer. You can submit late, maybe in writing, so that then you don't end up guessing and tomorrow saying, no, we want to change our submission. Few questions from my side. I just want to check if you have any staff members who are charged with issues of GBV. We can say GBVF, and if you have, how many are they, and how are you handling it? Are they in suspension or not? Then the issue of the lab, the chair spoke to it. What is the difficulty in subs collecting the DNA, the rape kit from Department of Health? Because Department of Health is saying they even had to destroy some of them because they were just piling up and they didn't know what to do with them. And we were really shocked that such important evidence is destroyed. In fact, they are saying they are begging you to come and collect them, and you can collect for 2-3 weeks. After that, you stop again for 2-3 months. They must beg you. at some stage they had to destroy those rape kits. Then you mentioned that you've got special units for families, children, and sexual assault. Since you have started them, are you able to say this is the impact? We have seen a drop in GBVF in the province. Indeed, these units are of great value. Or its impact, it's neither here nor there. Maybe it's still work in progress. And I want to check the current caseload for these, the FCS, you call them FCS unit. How many files or dockets do they have in their positions? And the status of those files. For an example, the status, you can say these are files within maybe 3 months, these are 3 years, these are cold cases. So I just want to check that one. I think the issue of the MOU was addressed. Yeah, maybe let me stop there, Chair, for now. I want to hand over to Commissioner Dr. Naidu. Then you will just also hand over to the HOD. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. There are a few issues that I'd also like you to give some information to the Commission on. Firstly is the issue of data. As the CGE, our work is data-driven and evidence-based, just like the SAPS. So it is quite disappointing and disconcerting when we request for data, we request for details, and nothing is forthcoming. This hinders our ability to effectively monitor whether the SAPS has implemented Pillar 3 of the NSP GBV. The second issue is the issue of notification. Major General, you stated that you were not given sufficient time to prepare presentations or information regarding the CGE, your CGE visit this morning. However, if you look at clause 6, page 3 of the summons notice dated the 10th of October 2024 and delivered on the 22nd of the 10th, 2024, exactly 1 month prior to your presentation today, you were given sufficient notice. The scant details, data in terms of minutes, policy development, training, stakeholders engagement, accountability, collaboration, the scant details makes us leaves us very disappointed as a Commission. We are unable to monitor your implementation of the NSP. I'm also going to mention the issue of the rape kits, because that is a burning issue. Rape kits are the vital piece in the criminal chain and our strive for justice for victims. What procedures do you have in place regarding audit trail, pickup, drop-off, tracking, entering of data into the system? Yesterday we had a visit by the Department of Health, and they made some shocking revelations. Rape kits are apparently destroyed by the Department of Health after several pleas have fallen on deaf ears for the SAPS to pick up these rape kits. One of the members of the panel actually mentioned that she picks up the phone and asks if she can bring it to you guys. This is a sad, sad state of affairs. If the very people who are tasked with protecting the vulnerable have fallen short. I'll leave it there. I think my colleagues have covered the rest. Thank you. I'll hand you over now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think what we got from the presentation of SAPS is that they have some issues with the delays in repairing the vehicles. And seemingly it's a capacity issue. That is very important to address the issues and the role of the SAPS under the NSP Pillar 3. So what I'm not hearing is what is being done to deal with that problem. KwaZulu-Natal is a very big area geographically, and with the shortages already of the cars, and in addition to the delays, it is just contributing to the discourse. So that should be addressed adequately as to what has been done now to address this problem. Similarly, the shortage of investigating officers. Please give details. How long has that been? Is it for 2 years now? They've been not there. Are the advertisements done already so that the cases can be attended to? And the other aspect is relating to if SAPS can speak to the workload of the staff, the investigating officers, or all the officials who take part in this GBV units. Inform us about how many dockets is an official having, so that the commission can have an informed engagement with you and understand the realities and challenges that you are facing, so that the commission can make appropriate recommendations and assist in this aspect. So if we are not aware of the caseloads of your investigators, it's difficult, so we do not want to assume. Please let us know about it so that we know. Because we have learned that some officials in Mpumalanga will have close to 500 dockets as a caseload, and that is impossible. They will retire without touching 10% of those cases. Further, in terms of the backlog, you are just mentioning in passing to say there is backlog in the respect of the gender-based violence cases, that is compared to the turnaround times that you are having in the handling of the cases. So, can you provide those statistics to show how many cases are there in accordance with your case management systems, so that we understand what are you faced with? And that needs to be categorized so that we do not assume what is causing that. Is it personnel? Is it vehicles? So those percentages will assist the commission to understand. Is it the court? Is it the court hours? Are they not sitting? So please, if you can provide that comprehensive information so that we do not just assume that generally there is backlog of cases, but we cannot speak into the percentages so that we understand where exactly the problem is, and it so that it can be addressed. The one aspect that was raised by the Department of Health is that you were assisting in identifying a building for a laboratory. And that has been long now. And it's a problem as your obligation to commission these laboratories if really progress in cases of GBV, progress in having the laboratory can be halted by a building. Can a building not be identified today when you live here? And it's done. So it also brings to the relationship that you are having. Are you fruitfully engaging in these aspects so that a building cannot be the aspect that is holding the establishment of a laboratory, which would effectively contribute to handling of the samples and their examinations. We would also like to have those registers, please, that you detailed regarding the registers of the samples and DNA. We want to see what percentage has been destroyed by the Department of Health in accordance to what they have presented yesterday. We want to see, compare it, that statistics that you are having in those registers, so that we can tell and be transparent how many victims could have suffered and what were those cases, were they rape cases, murder cases, and what, so that victims can have that transparent information that 20% of the cases are lost in KwaZulu-Natal because of destruction of evidence such as crucial as this one. So please provide us with that information so that we can compare what you are handing over to or you are receiving from the Department of Health so that we can engage on that. The other aspect relating to the statistics, can you please provide us with the statistics for Q2 of this financial year? I need to compare them because Department of Health indicated that what was reported to them, the cases of children, about 929 cases involving sexual offenses or sexual assault matters were reported to their facility. And now we understand that what is reported to the Department of Health may not reach you. Now, the problem is that what is done about that 927 there, what are your engagements about it, so that we can ensure that those cases see the light in our justice system. It is disheartening to see how the departments continue to have meetings, but it seems they are divided in their approach. Because these cases is what this meeting should be discussing and knowing how you engage social development, you engage the schools and everyone so that we understand if these are the cases, then it means our statistics are not the true reflection of what is really happening in the country. So this is also concerning. So please provide that so that we can see those information and statistics that you are having. The other information that we requested from you, you will recall that we first sent a request for information, a questionnaire that you have completed, whereby we also asked for additional documents, which was reiterated in a notice as well, which was, the questionnaire was dispatched by the commission. The notice was dispatched by the sheriff. I did receive the SOPs today from you, thank you. And when I look at the SOPs, I even wonder why they have not been coming. The first aspect is that the SOP on sexual offenses is dated 2008. how many laws have been amended? 2022, Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act were amended. We are having the Tutuzela care centers. We are having the NSP. 2008, if that is the last time you have looked at that, that is why the system is not working. It is not working, it is failing us because there is no means to ensure that the SOPs addresses gender-based violence as intended. So we cannot be building systems on top of outdated SOPs. Your officials are very strict. They indeed command. I respect them. Now they will only look at the SOP and say, this is my work. And they will neglect anything that is coming from anyone. So please look into that. And the SOP on domestic violence, it was last seen in 1999. Many years ago. And we are yet crying about domestic violence in the country. If your SOP is not guiding your officials what to do, that is why there is contradictions. That is why when during observations there is no synchronization, because many of your staff members might even be there for a very long time and they will stick to what they know, what the SOP said in 1999. Maybe very few, those who were inducted recently, if they were not inducted with the old SOP, maybe they have updated information. You see, we shouldn't be speaking maybe. We should be speaking facts. Your SOP is outdated. It means the systems are not talking to each other. And FSC also, 2010, the SOP there. So please, this needs to be urgently attended to so that the province is relevant in addressing gender-based violence. The last aspect I will mention is regarding the statistics of your cases. You will always hear NPA reporting 100% conviction rate, or 99%, very good. But we need SAPS to be talking to us as the commission and guide us. If NPA reports this financial year 100%, of how many percentages of cases with SAPS contributes to that 100%? It will be futile that out of 10,000 cases that SAPS is receiving, only 2% is that conviction rate. So please, your system needs to speak to each other so that we understand what is causing delay in as far as the cases are concerned. The other aspect I would like to hear is the instructions that are issued by the DPP to the investigating officers so that they can carry investigations. Do you keep records of that? Are your officials implementing those instructions so that those cases can return to court? Now, if we do not have information in this regard to say, yes, the percentages of these cases were returned by NPA and our officials worked on the cases and therefore 99% is back with the NPA, then that is good. And please do not shy away from what you are unable to do. If NPA is the one that is not coming to the party, let us know. But it is not the matter of pointing fingers. It's the matter of showing statistics and reality that out of 100%, we have done our work, 90% we have done what we're supposed to do. And the other percent falls on beyond our control. That should be known. That is transparency to the public so that they understand what you are really faced with within the service. And lastly, with the challenges that you have cited, I mean, in Inanda, police station is the highest in the country when you come into sexual offenses. And to see now that you don't have officials, you don't have enough investigating officers, please engage the national commissioner. It's a national crisis that 91 cases were reported in the first quarter of a financial year, this current financial year. Yet you are still speaking about not having capacity. Then it means those cases will never be attended to, which is concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, HOD. I noted that in your presentation, Major General, you stated that, or rather shifted the responsibility of conducting oversight at TCCs to the NPA. Let us all remember that there's an SAPS member that we are talking about being stationed at these TCCs. And that SAPS member reports to SAPS. The NPA does not have control and cannot dictate or monitor and evaluate the performance of the SAPS member stationed at the TCCs. So it is very concerning to the Commission that regarding the TCCs, you only mentioned that oversight is conducted by the NPA. You should put more stricter measures in place to monitor and evaluate the performance of the members that you station at TCCs. When we are talking about collaboration, we're talking about each stakeholder coming to the table and doing what they have to do. You do your part, the others do their part. You monitor your member who is stationed at the TCC, and then we may see the country truly working towards eradicating GBVF. And then okay, and then yes, regarding the issue of vehicles, you stated that there are 159 vehicles with a shortage of 14, and then you also cited that there are problems with some of the vehicles parked at garages because the people who are supposed to be working on the vehicles are untrained. This is a concern. What are the hiring requirements? Why are vehicles not being fixed? And when you say 159 vehicles, we then start questioning, or we start wondering rather, how many vehicles are actually on the road and servicing the community or the people of KwaZulu-Natal. And then if we go back to, if we really go and look at Pillar 3, we are talking about protection, safety and justice. We are talking about improving access to survivor support services through victim-centric criminal justice services that is sensitive to and meets the needs of the victims and survivors. We would like to know what training is provided to your first responders on LGBTQIA+ sensitivity. And then also, when we talk about strengthening capacity within the criminal justice system to address impunity and facilitate justice for GBV survivors, we are talking about the key activity being resourcing of infrastructure and human capacity to facilitate effective service delivery. The SAPS is one of the entities leading when it comes to this. The Commission would like to receive information on the number of FCS units upgraded in the past 3 financial years. We are looking at, yes, past 3 financial years. And if any new ones were established, we would also like to receive information on that. And then there's also the issue of disability. We know that KZN is also leading when it comes to stats regarding persons with disability. So the Commission would like to see that the SAPS recognizes the intersectionality between disability and gender, that it acknowledges that overlapping identities, being disability, gender, and socioeconomic statuses, can amplify vulnerabilities. The Commission is requesting more information regarding compliance with South African national standards for building regulations, regarding universal design and access, in order for us to evaluate whether there is access for persons with disabilities. Then, from April 2020 to March 2024, we would like to know what has been done by the SAPS to ensure, or attempt made to ensure, that the case management system is upgraded to comply with the expectation under Pillar 3 of the NSP. And then when we're talking about documentation, the Commission does receive complaints, as I stated when I presented. We receive complaints on own accord. We receive complaints on, from the public as well. We would also like to know how the SAPS ensures that complainants are updated on progress, the steps. We would also like to know if there's a policy on that, which includes updating complainants on progress. We'd like for it to be shared with the Commission, and we'd also like to know how you manage compliance with that policy. What happens if a member is not complying? What happens? How does the SAPS investigate? Does the SAPS investigate complaints of non-compliance? If a member of the public comes to the police station and says, I have a problem, I am not receiving updates on my case, what happens? Is there consequence management? We would like information on that. Oh, and when you are reverting to the Commission on with information on the upgrade of FCS units, please also give a narration of the extent of the upgrades. And then regarding safety again, we need to know what measures are in place to ensure the safety of suspects while they're in your cells. The reason why the Commission is also concerned about the safety of suspects in your vicinity is that the Commission has received information in the past about incidents happening under your watch when suspects are detained in your cells. And when I'm talking about incidents, I'm talking about violations, sexual violations, I'm talking about rape in your police cells. Would expect the police station to be a safe place, would expect that when a suspect is detained, they would not be exposed to further violation or to violation themselves, rather. And the Commission has also observed that there's a target of 10,000 new recruits annually. We would like to know how many of those recruits are allocated to the specialized GPV units. kindly share that information with the commission. Should we note any further questions, they will be communicated with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking into the minutes of 16 September 2024 here. So just over a month ago, it was minutes on the Domestic Violence Compliance Forum. In respect of those minutes, there's indication that in respect of the domestic violence matter, the complainant there in Sydenham Police Station, there were members who failed to arrest the suspect for violation of protection order. The case was unfounded and no further steps was taken. This emanates from eThekwini district. And the minutes does not really address the resolution at all. Just a month ago, with these cases of domestic violence that we are facing, and people are really reporting that there is contravention of protection orders. Now, it being recorded just a month ago, but the minutes are then silent from addressing that aspect and identifying the failure and taking steps, and particularly nothing about what action must be taken to then pursue and arrest the suspect, let alone who failed. But it doesn't even say. So then it means even today, it's likely that it has not been dealt with because the resolution says nothing about it. So this maybe shows why maybe other departments were not interested to provide these records to the commission, that a lot is not being done. Issues are actually raised, but there is nothing that is done in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
I just want to touch on an issue that my colleague raised earlier regarding the building and the identification of buildings by SEPs. In terms of your intergovernment departmental relations, I think you are fully aware, as it's become common knowledge now, it's in the media quite often, that the Department of Public Works is currently donating buildings to human settlements and quite a few other departments. Has SEPS looked into that avenue in terms of getting a building site? Thank you.
Thank you. Just to build up on this one, again going back to the very contagious issue of laboratories. This would go a long way actually. We know that a site has been identified, but why start from scratch? Why not renovate an existing building? But if it is an existing building that you're going to renovate, please expedite that, get more buildings, etc. with regards to laboratories and many other needs I'm sure that you do have. I just wanted to add on that. Just a point of clarity on why combine serial and electronic units. The serial that I know are serial killers. So I was like, why are you combining serial killers and electronic 491 scammers? You know, those are different and they require different skills of intervention. So why is it the same people? Unless I'm totally off the mark, which is still correct for you to correct me. Then I just wanted once again to to assure you, Major General, you said you don't have a GBV unit, you've got an FCS unit. That is how it should be. FCS unit dealing with all sorts of GBV, what you call it. I don't want you guys to walk away from here feeling, hey, now we have to set up a GBV unit. No. SAPS 19 something actually said FCS, and so it is FCS. We are not going to come here as the CGE and ask, when we ask about GBV, we're asking within the unit of, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, so you don't have a challenge there. Then the other advice I would give is that some 2-3 years ago in the Free State, we were told that their cars parked in Sasolbeck at their government garage. Same situation, same service provider, never rocks up. When he rocks up, he just fiddles with one car a day. That is if he rocks up and then disappears. And we escalated this to Minister Cele, and in no time, we were being phoned by Major General, is it Makhetsi or something in the Free State, saying, thank you very much, the cars are on the road. But what was concerning for us was exactly what Mr. Shuping raised, that why stick with a service provider who is not delivering? Who are these people who are appointing these useless service providers? That to me is saying something is fundamentally wrong, that useless service providers are appointed. But secondly, what we found in the Free State was some of the cars had gone there literally because there was a screw missing somewhere. But because they are joining car number 322, they're going to be there for 2 years. And by the time they get to them, all the other things in the engine have actually been messed up. The rats have eaten them. You know, when it comes to government garage, Matota, I am asking you with due respect, please make a lot of noise. Something is not right in the government garages of SAPS. Fire whoever is supposed to be fired if it has to be that somebody is fired. And whoever is refusing that somebody who is not delivering must be fired, you guys have got the skills to investigate. Something is not right there. Okay. Yesterday and the day before, when Health was here and NPA was here, Health said, you guys meet, they meet with you as those like-minded, for a lack of a better phrase, units working in this. They've got 12 meetings. I don't know if it's per month, per quarter, whatever it is. I actually thought it's too much. I got worried. 12 meetings in 21.6 days in a month. Hectic. You guys are jumping from one meeting to the other. This is outside of the other internal meetings that you have as individual departments. Something is not right. There are certain of those meetings that must be collapsed into one. So look at the department, NPA on Wednesday said actually they've got 10 meetings that they attend with you. I think you need to have a mini strat plan where you look at all the meetings that you attend together and say meeting number 6 and number 8, let them be collapsed into one. And we spend a morning hitting these things. But why, I think you guys raised 7 today. But why I am concerned about these meetings is that it is not an indication of efficiency in any way. Here we are, we told you about the rape kits that are being destroyed because they're not being collected. The question is, then what are we discussing in those meetings? You know, we told you about Kuseleka, and your expression, gentleman and lady, was priceless. It looks like you were not aware that there's a DSD or what's that, TCC that is being rolled out. You know, that for me is worrying. Here are people that you meet 10 times, I don't know, in a month or in a quarter. That's starting at 2 TCCs, just extending it on the other side, and you as partners were not aware. So the meetings have got to be about that. But Mr. Shuping also raised the issue about instructions from prosecutors. We know some of those instructions are not necessarily sensitive to the other members in the value chain. Sometimes they say this has got no prospects of success. When you actually feel passionate about it, there could be indications of serial killing here. There could be indications of serial rape. We want to keep this alive. And they throw it out. And we, as the members of the public, scream at you. So these are some of the things that are supposed to be taken to those meetings, to say we are aggrieved that this is what has happened. Commissioner Naidu and I have a success story that we were involved in early in the day last year when she just joined the commission, where a 60-something-year-old granny was actually raped, and the prosecutor in that court said the fact that you were smelling of alcohol, there are no prospects of success. So there's nothing that we can do about this. We had to intervene, and this gentleman finally got 18 years in jail now. That's how straightforward it was, because even where he had rented a house where he raped this woman at, and the people in the street at 1 a.m. heard the noises. So it was such a clear and classic case that would have fascinated any police officer. But here was a prosecutor saying no prospects of success. So it's those kinds of meetings that I would rather you take to the meeting. Then again, NPA said, oh, SAPS is refusing to sign an MOU. And what I said to them that, excellent, whoever is refusing to sign it, big up to them. Because Minister Chwete signed an MOU when the Tutuzela started, with Minister Manto and the others. So nobody must sign another MOU. But what you must be taking to these meetings is, how is it that with every administration, every change of leadership, every change of guard, we have people who want to pretend that they are the first ones and they want to start afresh? What kind of handover is happening in these things? Why are we talking about SAPS? I'm here now. I'm NPA. Come, let's sign an MOU for Tutuzelas. No, I must get on with it. The person who hands over to me is supposed to have told me that in 1999 there was an MOU, there's this, there's that. We carry on with it. So please, refuse to sign that MOU. What needs to happen is each one of you to go and find it. It's gathering dust somewhere. But once again, why are we looking at the MOU 24 years later, 23 years later? Why are we still looking at an MOU when we're supposed to be getting on with the work? You know? The president in 2018 said this is the second pandemic, basically suggesting those people who were dropping dead as a result of COVID, where every one of us was terrified and feeling besieged. That was the second in line to that situation. Now we have people who come in and say MOU. No MOUs, no what, guys, let's get on with it, honestly. Yeah, and then I just wanted to ask about returning police officers. Somebody was saying they are returning police officers and they are not sure how much of vetting happens. And I can understand, because you guys are overwhelmed. So maybe when somebody is returning and they've got skills and they've got 30 years under their belt of policing, it's so tempting to say, hey, there you go. There's the van, there's the key, there's the gun, hack phrase that, you know? So please, let's look at that, because you may be having people who are wanting to come back for nefarious reasons. So if you can have a very strict re-vetting of people, despite how much, what you call it, they had, and why they left. Was it resignation? Why? If it was a resignation, we know resignations in this country. You're found guilty of corruption, you resign and you run, and then you come back. So in the books, it may be resignation, but you were being investigated. So let's go deep into that. Okay. Then I also wanted clarity on what is traditional policing and what is spiritual crime prevention. I don't know what those are, and I could just be ignorant there. Yeah, and then just to add on what Commissioner Naidu here has spoken about, it's the IGR aspect of this. You guys have got to meet. The Constitution in Section 40 says you've got to meet. So these meetings that you are having, you actually are responding to a constitutional duty, which is well and good. But can it be made to be fruitful? It can't just be meeting for the sake of meeting, and when you come here, you go to the legislature, you go to parliament, you say, we meet 10 times with these people, we've got this, we've got this. All of you guys were listing all of these fora. The issue is not the list, the issue is impact. And it's worrying if, despite the list, you still have a room full when you open the kids' fall, and then a doctor decides, we're destroying this. A doctor decides, let's have a protocol on and agree, and you know nothing about that protocol. We are going to destroy these things. Where they are destroyed, how they are destroyed. Gentlemen, somebody, a civilian, somewhere, has actually destroyed your evidence. But they are saying they did it because you were not coming to pick it up. That's how bad the situation in our country is. Okay. That will be all from my side. Thank you. Oh, okay, last one. Sorry, Commissioner Naidu. I just wanted you, in all those fora that I was saying you are listing, if there could be a comprehensive value chain report of what has been reported, what, as Commissioner Ngomani said, what is active and current, what is cold case, what is in the courts, what has fallen by the wayside, so that maybe you can even have one report, what has got the DNA lost, or DNAs are struggling. We even heard yesterday that there's tension. You've got your laboratory, they've got their laboratory. There's DNA laboratory, and there's toxicology laboratory, and never the twain shall meet. So a person who actually has raped and was under a certain, under a certain substance, you may not link them. And those things have got to be linked. Because when you give your reports, you need to go to parliament and say, we are overwhelmed because 90% of the people who do these things are on substances. Fight the substances. Then the impact will be positive on us. But if you are dealing with DNA to get it, the toxicology reports, Department of Health says, don't come near. Your story is not complete, and it's in bits and pieces. But the South African citizen is suffering as a result. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few clarity-seeking questions of my own. You indicated in your presentation that the SAPS officials stationed at the Tutuzela Center, that during evenings it's quiet, and they sometimes go, or they often go to the police station, or there's somebody that's on call will attend to the Tutuzela Center if there's an emergency. In terms of Pull3 and in terms of establishing a criminal justice system that is receptive, responsive, caring, and effective for victims, it is required that there is a designated official at a Tutuzela Center. And with that in mind, I want to understand, why is it that the official is going to the police station? And if that is happening, Deputy Commissioner, then I will urge you that it should stop immediately, and that individual should be stationed at the Tutuzela Center for the duration of his shift. I then want to ask you, what guidelines do you have in place to direct the relationship you have with NGOs who work with your victim, who provide victim support services. And then lastly, mental health of your colleagues, your members. The most disheartening thing for me when I switch on the television is to hear that a member has taken his own life, taken the lives of his family. The daunting task that your members are faced with on a daily basis, none of us can understand what they go through, especially when you deal with crimes of murder, gender-based violence, and femicide. And one of the things that should be considered is that your members attend a mental wellness program at least every quarterly to assist them with their with the trauma that they deal with at a crime scene. It's very, very disheartening to find that the very people we entrust to protect and guide us are the ones that are now turning the guns on their families and themselves. So that is something that should be looked at from your members' perspective. Thank you.
Okay, yesterday, DSD yesterday told us that the GBV Command Call Center in 3 years received 174 calls. In 1 year it was 45, then 56, and then something. These meetings that you guys are having as a cluster, Matota, this is what it's supposed to be discussed. And I hope you understand. I withdraw the phrase Matota. I'm not using it to disrespect you. You know, I'm also to Kasoto Rivasadi when say you see. So please, I withdraw it unreservedly. But I think I'm just trying to say, gentlemen, you know, you cannot have a command center that in 3 years has had 174 calls, in 1 year was 45. You meet every quarter, you meet every month, and nobody says, I dilizwe, I sebenzi, we need those resources. You are the leadership. That is what you're supposed to be doing. And say, what kind of a command set? You've got 10,111. In fact, SAPS is supposed to be objecting to all of these what do they call them? 0800 numbers. Then we have 10800. That is well resourced. That we know that when I say 0800 and I'm on the N3 somewhere between Escort and Harrismith, they will pick me up just like that with good quality GPS, etc. Link me to the nearest police station. Nothing, we can't have so many 0800s. And here is one called GBV Command Center. 174 calls in 3 years. How many people are sitting there waiting for calls? The calls don't come. They don't bother. They don't report. They sleep. They get their salary at the end of the month. I would welcome that kind of a job too, and I would keep quiet. But it is your duty as leadership to follow those things. Don't forget, 174 calls only in 3 years, and there's an entire national infrastructure that is in place purporting to be an intervention for GBV. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Major General, they don't want you to leave here. I was worried, Mahuti Matota, and maybe you want to join the Matota organization. There's a president for Men's Forum there, I thought. Okay, Major General, can I hand over to you and your delegation? You respond where it's possible, where it's not, you will submit in writing. The HOD will indicate, or the chairperson of the session, when are we expecting some written response? Over to you, sir.
I was saying you're going to get a full breakdown formally, but it helps that you have taken notes so you can just get on with it as early as tomorrow. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I will start with these rape kits. I just want to say this 2022 for 12 years, it was not reported to us. We will investigate it. Then we'll supply the report. Also, the rape kits, sometimes in the Tutuzela centers, they are walk-ins. And then those people are not willing to open cases. That's why we've got those kits in the Tutuzela centers. Because if there is no case numbers, we cannot take them into our SAP 13 without the complainant. But also, I'll go to these Tutuzela centers, then I'll supply you with the number of kids we found without case numbers. There was as the chairperson has said, that there was an MOU to say they have to destroy. But there is a certain period, I think it's 3 months. They have to wait for 3 months. You contact the complainant, and if she still insists that she's not willing to open a case after 3 months, then they can destroy. The issue of 30 crisis center.
Okay, Chair, there is.
Deputy Commissioner, one of the things that was raised yesterday by your colleagues was that, and there's question number 60 for you. When victims arrive at a police station and your system is offline, you record the case as an OB entry, and periods lapse, and this OB entry is not converted into a CAS or a case number, and that is the reason why these kits are destroyed, one of the reasons. So my question to you is, how long is your system down for, so that the OB entry cannot be converted into a CAS or a case number? This is one of the questions, or one of the reasons that was put forth to the Commission as to why the kits are destroyed, because there's no case or CAS number. Thank you. Question number 60, I think we're done.
Let me take the question number 60, why it's still fresh in my mind. To give a person an OP number is wrong. So if we can get the name of that station, we will investigate it. If the systems are down, there is a backup register which is called SAP 441. You open a case, whether the systems are down or not, then you enter those cases in the 441. So once the systems are up and running, then you start using the same register, then you register all the cases which were not registered while the system was down. And once they are registered, then it will give the complainant a case number. Then the 30 crisis centers. When we came here, we've also heard that at Kwamashu, the new hospital, there's also a new center which was established two weeks ago. So it can be possible that they've also established 30, maybe before we meet. So once we meet, then no, we're not going to even wait for us to meet. So we'll contact them and confirm this other 30. Can I give to General James to comment on the MOU?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think our Honorable Chairperson has elaborated on the MOUs. Why should we be waiting for MOUs? However, Chairperson, in terms of our delegation of authority, it's a policy and legal document that authorizes the National Commissioner and the different levels of senior management in engaging in contracts and MOU. It is only the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner that may enter into and sign MOUs. So this could be the possibility for a delay as such. I am aware that there was a request for us to enter into an MOU at a provincial level. However, we are curtailed by the policy called the delegation of authority. It has been referred to the National Commissioner's Office for signatories. So it's pending there at the moment as we speak. Then the issue of, I picked up somewhere, Honorable Chairperson, domestic violence cases and that suspects were not arrested. I think we must be cautioned. There is case laws. We are guided by stare decisis, in other words, decisions of the higher courts, which set out under what circumstances people may be arrested. Our chairperson, I'm sure, is an advocate of human rights and will agree that arrest must be the last measure of resort. The South African Police Service, and I'm talking only for KZN, we have pending 22,000 civil claims against the Minister of Police for unlawful arrest and detention, totaling more than 8 billion rands. This is just KZN in civil claims. So members are cautious that the law, the Criminal Procedure Act makes provision that a person can only be arrested when he contravenes or violates a protection order or conditions of a protection order if there's imminent threat to life and limb of the complainant. So there are cases that we will not arrest, but rather secure the attendance of the accused in court through notices as such. So I think it's just a humble request that we should be guided that not in all cases there must be arrest, but I certainly hear the anguish as to why the person was not secured to appear in court. We will follow that up. If the Commission will please provide us with those details, and be rest assured, Honourable Chairperson, we will follow this up and revert to the Commission.
Also the project Kuselega, we will engage DSD regarding this project Kuselega. But the chairperson has correctly said that everything, if there is anything wrong or right, they send the police. So we may not have an option but to assist, but we'll engage them. So I've touched on the rape kits. Oh, there was also a call to the police station. These calls to the police station and people told not to bath. So then that one is also wrong. because the police station is working 24 hours. If they do not have a police van, they've got their station commanders. They have to phone the station commanders and tell them that there is no van at the police station. We can even go as far as taking another van from other police station to assist the police station which has got no van. So issues like this, we have to investigate them, and disciplinary steps will be taken against the members doing this.
The garages, we are recruiting interns now with mechanical, what you call it, qualifications to assist with the backlog. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to the backlog of the garages, there's some good news. We have already recruited interns with mechanical qualifications, mechanical engineering et al., to be placed at the garages now to assist with the backlogs. So that's a way forward as such. Yes, Commissioner, I've noted that.
Also, the docket's not at court. Though there is no excuse to say the docket is not at court. Even if it is not at court on that particular day, then they have to investigate where the docket is. Because sometimes it happens that the docket is referred to the higher court from the district court. Then if they go check the docket, they'll find it in another court. But if it's missing, there's no way that they cannot reconstruct the docket with these available systems. The gender-based violence not adequately. Here we talk about the 10,000 ring-fenced post for FCS. In all the intake, FCS is prioritized, but we will submit this in writing as it is requested.
Chairperson, a point of clarity. With regard to the convergence of serial and electronic crime investigation, maybe just a point of clarity there. Yeah, we're talking about serial rapists, and with regard to electronic crime investigation, here we're talking about pornography, electronic pornography, specializing only with that. So it's related to GBV and femicide.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I am Brigadier Ngubane, Provincial Head for Proactive Policing, of which one of my key issue is the GBV. I'll respond on some issues where I can. I will start with the issue of the relationship that we have with the with the NGOs that are working with us on our VFRs. Yes, we do have a good relationship. I can say that maybe 80% of our station, we do have the social workers on site. From 8 to 4, they are available on our VFRs. But yes, we do have some of the stations that they don't have the social workers on site. Only our members that are running the VFR And some of those VFR, we do have the volunteers from the community that they do come now and then where they don't have specific times, but they are being called when assistance is needed. But we do have assistance on our TCC where on those VFR where we don't have the social workers. I would say for now, all our stations do have the VFRs because last financial year, we did receive the donation from Premier's office. Although one must say that we still on progress in terms of some of those, let me say all of them, they didn't have like the facilities that are accommodating disability in terms of entering in the door. So we're trying to do the renovation as we have that we do have the funds that is ring fence for GPV. Some of the renovation are coming from that funding. So it's the work on progress because our station don't have the VFRs. We're using the alternative rooms because all the stations that did not have the VFRs before, they were informed to use the alternative offices as part of the VFR. So there was no station that way without the VFR itself. Going to the deployment commission, we've noted about the issue of deployment, the request, we will take it further. As it was highlighted on the presentation that due to shortages, yes, we used to sometimes when there is nothing that is happening there, to avoid the situation where when we receive the call that the vehicle sometimes cannot go out to attend because there is only one member at the charge office. So that member, if it is not doing nothing there, can be able to come back and assist at the charge office. But we've taken note that we need to have that person to be there for 24 hours. That is noted. And one would agree also to say that our TCC, there are some of them that are operating from 7 to 4. Then after hours, members were there on ad hoc basis when they are being called to attend to the victims. Going to the issue for GPV desk, yes, we do have our GPV desk at the police stations in a sense that some of the stations, because of accommodation, they're using the small space, as we're saying, that cannot be visible to the community. We even try to procure the board, all the station, we bought the board to have the board, at least if somebody can be able to see that board, to say even if there is no space, but the board is there to show that the GPV desk is there where he or she can get assistance to say where to go, what to do, where. But we've taken note also for that, Commissioner. Also to respond on traditional policing, yes. Traditional policing, Commissioner, is the concept. I think it was initiated by the president, then escalated down. Not all provinces do have. Here in KwaZulu-Natal, it was launched in 2020, here in Chatsworth. In terms of Section 12, I think Section 12 provides the role of leadership as an institution at a level local to address the matters at the local community. So the Section 212 of the Constitution. So the traditional policing is based on 5 pillars, of which one of them, others is access to police, responsive to crime, and also youth empowerment and safety and security of the traditional leaders. Their aims was to improve the access to information to the communities in rural areas, also to ensure that like we identify that that our rural communities are being neglected in terms of visibility. So one of the aims is to achieve it, to enhance police visibility in rural areas, and also promoting gender equality in rural areas, identify and address the cultures and beliefs, especially on crime against women and children. So we say involving the traditional structures to let them understand these issues that we are facing in terms of crime, because they are the ones who are there with the community. They can also call the community for us if you want to do engagement with the community. And also that concept, it allows the police, when they are having their traditional sittings in a tribal courts, we are forming part of those structures at the tribal court where we address our crime issues with the traditional leaders. So that concept is assisting the police in terms of fighting crime, especially in rural areas. The concept that talks about the spiritual crime prevention. Spiritual crime prevention also, it was a community-based approach that was established in 2019. So the approach was initiated by the National Commission. The initiative was aimed to involve the faith-based organization in solving crime, and also create partnership between law enforcers and the local communities, where it increased the community the participation in crime. When we talk about the Spiritual Crime Prevention Commissioner, we talk about the pastors, the reverend, the izinyanga, abatandazi, and everything. We don't also only focus on Christians or whatever. Everybody has got spiritual things. So everybody is involved. There is Angoma and everyone. So this is a community-based approach where we say also somebody who can able to be, maybe when you go to church and say crime does not pay, that person can repent. So we're taking that approach as the police. Let me stop the Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner, I would also like to cover the number of members charged with GBV. We do have members, but I do not have the statistics. I will provide it in writing later. Then the issue of the lab, the provincial commissioner identified the old Durban Central residential area to be converted to the lab. So he took that matter up with the DPW and the portfolio committee on policing. We even visited the place. I think it was in 2023, if not 2023, June. Then the question was also asked as to why we do not renovate the old building there at the lab. Chairperson, the problem is with the area in which this building is. Whenever it rains, it floods because it belows the highway. Yeah, I think that's the cause of the problem. There is also another place which was identified at Pinetown. The tender was advertised for the building of the lab in that place. Okay, I've covered the shortage of personnel.
The policy review committee chaired by the provincial commissioner.
Yeah. Okay, then to comment on these all the policies, that was also the concern of our provincial commissioner. In our ESCO meeting, he tasked all of us that we must have a look on these all the SOPs and national instructions. Then we've submitted all those old national instruction. Then the policy review committee was established at the province. It's a work in progress.
access to dockets. The complainants don't have access to dockets, neither do the public. It's only the IO, you can say only the IO and commanders that have access to it. But if the complainant wants to know what's going on in the docket.
Yeah, you can take a mic and respond so that Major General does not.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. With regard to the access to dockets by the complainants, it is not necessarily so that the complainants have direct access into a docket. It is not a docket that's scanned and is accessible to the public domain. Not at all. Correctly so stated by Commissioner Naidu that it contains confidential information. It also contains information that's peripheral to the success of the case. So the case will not be compromised. If a complainant goes to an investigating officer and would want to know if, for example, the docket is in court, what progress is there in my case? The investigating officer will be able to access the system through a certain code only the IO has and a branch commander in terms of supervisory capacity. No one else will be able to enter into that system without that specific code.
She will sleep peacefully. As a lawyer, she was like horrified.
We can't compromise the outcome of the investigation. What will happen, it's going to be a very untenable situation. If the defense team gets all of this, you know, your case is compromised. Now that will never happen. Thank you, Chairperson.
The comparison of the figures with the Department of Health in Tutuzela centers and the reported cases. So we will submit that in writing. We'll visit all the Department of Health, get their stats, and then we provide our stats of reported cases. Also, the current workload per investigator that will be provided in the docket. The docket management we will provide as it is required. The number of dockets which are at court, the dockets finalized and those which were withdrawn, and we'll also provide the reasons of all those which were withdrawn, why they were withdrawn. I'm not sure, I've got a lot of things to provide, but it's not possible for it to be tomorrow. Then the first responders, the training of the first responder, we are also going to provide what is the training is provided. If that one which was in our, which we submitted is not sufficient, then we can also provide this only this one. Then the upgrading of the FCS, it's not something which I can say now how many were upgraded. But at the moment we have not established any FCS unit. But OOD is doing the study regarding the establishment of other units. Then the compliance with...
Just a moment, General. I think the lady wants to say something.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all who are present. I am Brigadier Buthelezi. I'm the provincial head for organizational development and strategic management within the province. With regard to the issue of the upgrades for the FCS units, we haven't upgraded in the last 3 years. We have last done the review of the units in 2019. It was a national study, and it comprised of reviewing the capacitation as well as the ideal needs in terms of the post for the FCS. It was conducted and completed. However, the implementation of it, we can say that because from the recommendation, most of the issues cited there was the issue of the increasing the establishment in terms of the post for the units. We have seen then with the allocation that we have received, which is the post that were allocated to the provinces that was nationally. The allocation that we have received based on that did make a priority in terms of ring fencing the 447 posts that you see allocated to the FCS, which was an increase from the previous allocation of the FCS. However, it's not adequate. We can add to that. And also touching on the issue of the shortage of the personnel, because it's actually an issue which is affecting everyone, that the allocation that we had received in the province was reduced, and it was not a reduction for the KZN only, it was nationally. So we had a reduction of about 1,673 posts from the previous allocation that we had of the post. So that will tell you the reduction in terms of the percentages from to the station allocation, the province, and the specialized units. And under the provincial commissioner, we're not only looking at only FCS only, but also with the other specialized units. But there are attempts that have been made and interventions that have been made nationally in terms of interacting with the national commissioner, and even the minister's office is already conversant with the issue. And I know that there are already engagements with Treasury in terms of seeing if we can be able to be allocated additional funding. But the shortage of personnel, there is a question that was raised in terms of what is it that we're doing in terms of ensuring that we capacitate or fill those vacant posts. I can add to say that yes, the vacancies are quite a lot. We have made mention that there was a ring fencing for FCS in terms of the post, but also during the promotion processes, the ring fencing of promotions is also allocated to the FCS. It's also prioritized. The allocation of students, the new recruits, is also ring fenced for FCS. I think HRT will talk to that. But it's not adequate. It's not adequate in a sense that when we look in terms of the development, the community, the development in the community, you look in terms of the increase in the population, the numbers are not sufficient for us to be able to do the work in order to be able to adequately render effective service delivery. So we are working with what we have. We have quite a high number of members that are leaving the organization. And the numbers that are leaving compared to those that are coming in are very, very low. So the numbers are not balancing. So I just said, let me just touch on that. In addition to the upgrade, apologies, should have just concluded. The study is underway, as General is saying, of reviewing the FCS. That outcome will determine in terms of the narrative that was spoken into, which will touch in terms of whether are we increasing the number of units as well as the post levels in terms of the size of those units, and as well as the location of it. So we can also look in terms of the realigning of them in order to ensure that services are brought closer to the community. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair. I'm Kenel Matondo. I'm working under visible policing, responsible for certain aspects within proactive policing. I just want to provide a response with regards to the question relating to the safety of suspects with allegations of them being violated while in our custody. The unfortunately, without specific incidents that would have been reported and maybe dealt with in a way that is not satisfactory, we can safely say that suspects that are detained in our facilities are detained in conditions that provide safety. There are mechanisms in place to ensure that suspects are visited hourly to verify and ascertain whether they are healthy, they are happy in the condition under which they are detained. And if they have any issues that they want to bring forward, they are afforded the opportunity to do that, including making a report with regards to them being violated in whatever way. So those mechanisms are in place. They are not only visited by the members working at the CSC, but officers that are in the supervisory capacity at stations also are mandated to pay visits to the detention facilities with the sole aim of ensuring that if there are complaints that maybe the detainee is unable to raise with the members that are responsible for safeguarding him, they can raise those to a senior officer. So if there are specifics that the Commission knows about where there were violation, would like to get those so that you can follow them up and ensure that steps are taken. Thank you.
Also to add on what Colonel Madonda said, if there is any incident reported and a case open, it's not investigated by us, but it is investigated by IPID. And also the complaints.
Independent Police
Yeah.
Directorate.
If there are any complaints of non-compliance raised to us, it is investigated in terms of the national instruction. Unfortunately, I did not provide that national instruction because it was not part of the question. When I submit, I'll also submit that national instruction pertaining to the complaints. The statistics, I've covered it, the statistics of members who have committed GPV cases. So I said I will submit that one. The returning police officers. So when these police are applying to return to the police, before they are employed, we do the police clearance. We also do the check. All those who resigned because they had cases, disciplinary cases investigated against them, we do not take them. And the police clearance will give us all the cases they've committed, even if it is before they resign. If they've got convictions, then we don't take them back.
Commissioner, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, just as a matter of interest, all those members that have resigned as a result of cases pending against them, their service certificate states dishonorable discharge. So that immediately is evidence, red flagged. With regard to rape and torture by police officials against persons in custody, General is correct. It must be reported immediately to IPID. If any commander fails to report that, that commander is charged as well in terms of the IPID Act. Failing to report is an offense in terms of the IPID Act. The General spoke about complaints about cases not being investigated. We have a separate division in the police called the Inspectorate that deals specifically with service delivery complaints. Now, there's a process. It's called a 101 complaint. So when a complainant reports that his or her case has not been attended to, the station commander, not anyone else, the station commander is personally held responsible to open a file, interview the complainant, establish whether the complaint is founded, and if indeed founded, disciplinary steps are then taken against the investigating officer. That file is only closed if the complainant signs a form that he or she is satisfied that his or her complaint has been attended to appropriately. So we take that very seriously, Chairperson. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you very much. I think we have covered all the questions. Whatever we have not covered, when we get these questions in writing, we'll respond to it. Thank you very much. And thanks for the comments when we were opening. It is encouraging. Maybe we'll put more efforts.
Okay, no, thanks. Thanks a lot, Major General and your delegation. Okay. Mink. All right, Chair, I want to take the session back to you so that we can move towards reflections. Thanks a lot, Major General, for responding.
Thank you, Commissioner Ngomane, and we are now at reflections. We will hand over to Commissioner Dr. Naidu to please give us reflections.
Okay.
For the break.
No, I changed my mind. Over to you, honorable, reliable.
Thank you, Commissioner Ngomani. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Forgive me if I use my notes, it's quite a bit. The CGE wishes to acknowledge the hard work under sometimes challenging circumstances that is carried out by your departments. Over the last 3 days, we have had 5 entities. I'm going to reflect on yesterday and today. It is only by working together that we can ensure that victims and survivors of GBV receive the necessary access to efficient and sensitive criminal justice that is quick, accessible, responsive, and gender inclusive. The discussions were cordial, professional, and reflective of our combined efforts to ensure justice, safety, and protection of the vulnerable. Thank you to all the NGOs, NPOs, representatives from civil societies who availed themselves over the last 3 days. To the heads of departments and their teams, although you were not given a choice as to whether you were to attend or not, you were subpoenaed to appear before the CGE. Thank you for being honest about your challenges. As our chairperson rightly stated, we are on the same side. Let us work together in order to strengthen our capacity to respond, realize our power, and use our powers to make a difference. Let us all go back to our constitutional mandates. Opportunities were given to the different entities to present. The program director facilitated proceedings with the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, the acting head of legal, the legal officer, all making presentations. Thereafter, there was a question and answer session which was conducted, and the chairperson gave entities and departments the opportunity to respond immediately or to respond later in writing. There were commendable aspects as well as many areas of concern. With regard to data and stats, there were several gaps in data presentation or complete omissions thereof in some aspects. This then hinders the CGE's ability to assess and impact the work assess the impact of the work carried out by the departments with regards to programs, services, training, collaboration, standards and monitoring, accountability and oversight, to mention but a few. Data capturing stats, all evidence, is urgently needed by the CGE. The issue of paid helplines has to be reviewed, as this presents barriers to victims seeking justice. Minutes of meetings with stakeholders revealed no agendas, no agenda, no minutes, no report backs, no feedback regarding the impact of the said collaborative meetings. And these are unfortunate in terms of which entities lead. There was no uniformity in terms of which entity leads a particular program or intervention. In terms of the APPs, there were several weaknesses in terms of gender mainstreaming, change strategies. All these, there appears to be no correlation between several entities, especially with regard to keeping abreast of legislative changes and policy. While the introduction of this or the establishment of the Khuseleka centers, in addition to the TCCs, are commendable, there appears to be a duplication of services, and perhaps this may further stretch an already tight budget. These Khuseleka centers may need to be re-engineered. On the issue of unemployed graduates in the Department of DSD, perhaps these unemployed graduates could be absorbed, utilized, employed instead of utilizing the department's budgets on projects that may or may not give good returns. Let us optimize our budgets, reduce wasteful expenditure in order to get good value. And in doing so, we will raise the level and standards of services to the victims, survivors, and clients. In terms of labs and forensic labs, this remains a sore point as it hampers the attainment of justice for victims and survivors. In fact, a lab in KZN is urgently needed, but let me take that a step further. A lab in every single province is urgently needed. DNA can be profiled in order to get justice and to be used years later. Forensic nursing and training of officers has to begin as a matter of urgency. Let us all work together in terms of elevating this profession or discipline. The issue of rape kits, stocks, the SAPS mandate, the shocking revelations in terms of the destroying of rape kits, this is a national issue. We need to have a national dialogue. The committee was left aghast yesterday. What happens to the DNA, the victims, their families, and society's faith in the very people who are supposed to provide protection and ensure justice for the vulnerable citizens of South Africa? In terms of vetting processes of people using community programs and awareness campaigns, this has to be thoroughly investigated before we put criminals out there to address our youth. It is also a very sad day when medical personnel do not want to examine or treat or go to court to represent or to give evidence on the part of rape victims or victims of GBV. What is this saying about our humanity? In terms of staff shortages, budget cuts, these definitely do impact on the achievement of justice and the protection of victims. But there were some commendable aspects. 1, victim empowerment programs. 2, programs, education programs, etc. 3, targeted programs aimed at youth, LGBTIQA+, the elderly, and the reduction in levels of social ills. There were some suggested remedial actions and proposed solutions. There were ring-fence budgets for GBV in terms of 1,000 FCS units. Pardon me if I've made an error. In terms of docket management tracking, traditional policing, tribal courts, spiritual crime prevention, community-based forums, police review committees, and visible policing. The CGE will await your outstanding responses, your outstanding written responses. I'm not sure, Chair, if you've given the committee, the departments a time frame with that regard. Well, okay. We will be going to Parliament. The CGE will be going to Parliament, and we are going to escalate all these matters. We will cascade it. We'll cascade the information from all the hearings over the past 3 days, and we will present our findings and recommendations to Parliament. We will also give you a feedback in the form of written reports in the next financial report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dr. Naidu. I'd like to call upon the acting HOD to perform one last task, and then we get the chairperson to close.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I wouldn't be able to sleep if I don't indicate that Section 39 of the Criminal Procedure Act says you can arrest with or without the warrant. And then Section 40 Yes, section 40 says you can arrest without a warrant. And without a warrant, it speaks about general criminal matters. And that is where the SAPS is struggling. Because now, without a warrant, that is where you will be sued. So it must call upon you to train your officials. It is worrying that senior officials are actually misunderstanding when it comes to domestic violence. That information is about general criminal matters. When you speak about domestic violence, please take your officials, particularly your senior officials, through Section 8 of Domestic Violence Act. That act says the magistrate, upon issuing an order, it's an order, it automatically, protection order and interim protection order automatically comes with the warrant of arrest. Therefore, please bring me that case where someone, they sued you for warrant of arrest so that they can defend you privately. In that case, yes, you are sued for arresting a person who breached a protection order. Please do the training to the officials. And then lastly, the commission will send you a correspondence. We will indicate the list of information that we've been discussing, information that we need from you, and we will also provide the deadline of submitting that information. Please ensure that it is submitted adequately. It will be presented in a final report that will be tabled in Parliament. In those words, Major General Mgobozi, you are released under oath.
That's how we roll, gentlemen from SAPS. We're a very nice bunch, but totally informed. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you guys. We have come to the end of our day today. We know how busy you are, and we really feel honored that you could take the time to come here and be so honest. I think of the 3 days, today was particularly relaxed and making sense. We have had 2 days of not very honest situations where people came and put rosy pictures, and it was really frustrating. But as I said when we started, we are on the same side, so we hope to take this further. Having said that, I just want to ask the CGE team, the staff members, to please stand up so that people can see these beautiful stars that do this good work. This round of applause, please. Yeah. Umphathi wethu la, our Commissioner Mkwanazi here is Zanele. And it's all small teams in our provinces, 5 people, 6 people, but we do good work. So bear with us when we nag you for this or the other thing. We work 24/7 basically. And then to our commissioners, I would like to say thank you. I know the 3 of us have not been sleeping at home for the last 4 days. So, you know, that effort is much appreciated. Thanks. Commissioner Naidu, you as well. You've been going home, but I know 8 o'clock you have been here. We really do appreciate. We would like to invite you as our guests for lunch. We're not that bad after all. Lunch, come with us, and then we can mend fences and take it forward. Brigadier Mkobozi, in our list, we will give you a deadline, but trust me, it will not be like tomorrow and we send it today. We are aware some of the things we have got to be calling people and commissioning the information to put together, but we will get back to you, so you don't have to worry too much. But because you took the notes, feel free to start working on some of the things so that when our letter comes, you are just verifying how many you have already dealt with. To our civil society partners, we really are saying thank you very much. We appreciate you, and I hope you also appreciate the circumstances under which duty bearers sometimes function. It's very easy for us to stand on pedestals and blame, but it becomes better if you get an idea of what the circumstances under which they work are. Yeah. Okay, all right. Mika here has just told me that the hotel says lunch will be at the Maharani, not here. They've got a bit of a problem here. So we will all vacate to go to Maharani, but the invitation still stands. With those few words, goodbye and travel safely back home.